Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and how's everyone doing so far? Um, we got a great show today. Is Dr. Umar the reincarnation of Marcus Garvey? That's a big question, and I always wanted to see if anybody thought the same way I thought. But before we start, how's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing great. And I'm gonna even say this. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. But only way you could comment in the live chat right now is give me a second. Is if you subscribe. Give me a second. I gotta change the status of this. Give me a second. Mm, got it. So if you change the status of this, definitely you can like and subscribe. I want to start off with this. And this is just me. This show, I wanted to make this show because I always wanted to see if everybody thought the same way I thought about Dr. Umar. I thought he is the reincarnated version of, or reincarnation of Marcus Garvey. Because we talked about Marcus Garvey yesterday, but we're gonna talk about him a little bit more and compare and contrast what Dr. Umar doing and what Marcus Garvey is doing. I think this is very important, and the reason why I say I think it's very important is because they both got the same talking points, and those like that, people like that, you got to be careful of because sometimes history repeats, as they always say. Um, so we will be getting into the scamming culture, the backgrounds of these two people, and I think it's worth it. It's still an FBA Pan African show, but I feel like we should dig deep in the father of Pan Africanism. You know, also their ideology, the Ivy was it the Garveyites or some shit like that. So yeah, it's gonna be like I said, it's gonna be a great show. Sorry to everybody, I'm just doing a few tags, but yeah, it's gonna be a great show, and we're gonna see where this show heads off to. I do have a few videos. I have, let's see, one, two, three, four, five. I got 6 videos. We'll probably do 3 or 4 out of 6 of them. Depending how the day is, how this, the timing. And I'm sorry I started late. I told y'all I was gonna start a little bit late. I might start a little late if my children's ABA call. They've been canceling lately, so yeah, I've been feeling a certain type of way about it, but it comes with the territory. But yeah, again, how's everybody doing? Like we're gonna get busy today, and happy Wednesday. So I don't gotta work today or tomorrow. I took tomorrow off because I'm doing the map training again. So it's gonna be a headache. So I'm gonna do it late again tomorrow. But the reason why is because I'm gonna be training. So I might do it around. I might do a late show because I'm going to class. I'm definitely going to class tomorrow. So yeah, that's a must do. You know. So I'm a backtrack of what we talked about yesterday. Yesterday we talked about Marcus Garvey and the first DEI hire. He was technically the first DEI hire. And what was special about Marcus Garvey because Marcus Garvey can talk. That's one thing we cannot say about Marcus Garvey is when he can talk with the best of them. And That's one thing I will give Marcus Garvey. If he was on a straight path and was honest, I think a lot of black people would have went to Africa. You know, if he was personally honest and you would have gave back. You know, but a lot of these, you got to understand, a lot of these Pan Africans don't give back. You know, to us. So this is why they're in a tough situation as they are in now. You know, they talking about they building in Africa. The motherfuckers is about to get scammed the fuck out their fucking mind, and most people don't even know that. Hold on one second, like American. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's I don't think people get I don't think hold on. I don't think people understand how dangerous that a lot of these Pan Africans be doing. Me personally, I know, I get it, you know. So it's, I know you're trying to build something. I know you're trying to, you know, make something very historical, but it's not going to happen that way, you know. Let me see how everything is going right now. I just finished everything. Uh, so shout out to Kick YouTube. Rumble, and also Kick, Rumble, YouTube, and X. So shout out to all of y'all who are um hey, what's going on, Robin? Salute, salute. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing real good. I saw a movie scene you might like, by the way. Oh, really? Yeah, email me, definitely. I had to go back looking for my emails and stuff. I got a few people who wants to be in my short film. It's like, yo, I'm telling you, Robin, this short film. Let me show you something, man. Let me show you how proud I am of myself. Give me a second. I don't know if I showed you, Robin, the short script, the short film right here. I'm gonna change the name, but that's the short film. You know, it's gonna be a 45 minute movie. Um, so yeah, it's, you should be proud. Making a short film is amazing. Yeah, because like me, I don't really use I didn't really use all the elements. I looked at it as wrestling, and when I mean like wrestling, wrestling is like a movie. You got your shine, you got your cutoff, you got your hope spot, you got your no, you got your shine, you got your cutoff, you got your heat, you got your comeback, and you got your ending. That's all form of a wrestling story. And it's the same thing with a movie, you know? Yeah, I got a few people who are casting right now. I'm super excited about it. Like I said, yo, I'm gonna tell you something, Robin. When I say I had never been tired like this. I have been tired. I'm training for a map training with medication and stuff like that. Um, I've been emailing rich people in Massachusetts. I emailed the probably one of the most richest people in Massachusetts. This lady named Abigail. Hopefully we can watch it on stream. Oh, film festival. I will be in New York. I will be in New York. So definitely stop through. Um, I'll figure out something, you know, for some of y'all. I'm gonna be in a few of y'all towns and stuff, you know. So yeah, it's like I said. Like I said, it's gonna be something different. Like I said, I'm super excited. You know me, I have to be the main character, especially for my first short film. I want to be the main character. I don't know if it's a main character syndrome or stuff. For a few of my movies, I want to be the main character. So yeah, I'm super excited about it. I will say this though. What's going on, Jeff? Salute, salute, salute. Let's say okay, we can link up. I will definitely attend. Yeah, man, definitely attend. Because first of all, I haven't been to a film festival in almost 15 years. So yeah, it's I know it changed. So I'm super excited. It's just with me. The reason why I'm looking for funding and donation, I can pay for everything, but at the end of the day, somebody said I shouldn't. Well, my team, they always say like, "Yo, you should stop spending all your money on things," because at the end of the day, you could get funding, you could get donations. So definitely with all the things that you do online, you could just put out your fundraising thing, your donation, your kickstart, all of that stuff. So that's what I've been doing lately. Yeah, and keep sending emails to rich folks. 1 out of 10 always responds. Yeah, it's like I got this. Like I've been talking to a lot of investors. And I've been talking to a lot of black owners in Massachusetts. I'm messing around with Massachusetts first. Then I'm gonna go to New England. Then after that, I'm gonna go East Coast. After East Coast, I'm going to the South. I know I already have to get ready with like just going down there and meeting me and stuff like that. So um I'm gonna say this. Once that happens, I'm making a documentary of the first film. All jokes aside, if I have to, if they give me enough funding, I'm buying another camera and I'm gonna do. Yo, it's gonna be lit. When I say it's gonna be lit, like I already started looking for Airbnbs. I know I'm gonna need at least two different Airbnbs. You know, yeah, that's true. I was talking to this one lady. She's from was it Mattapan? I think she's kind of successful. So yeah, I've been talking to her lately. That's cool. But yeah, it's like this movie. I think when I say it's gonna be something new and something different that a lot of people hasn't seen in a long time. Um, it's gonna need a part two. I know that. Oh, the new clips is ready already. Okay, cool. It's like it's gonna need a part two. You know. Hold on a second. Open new tab. Hold on a second. Give me a second, everyone. Give me 1 second, everybody. Dorsey, did you call me? No, I think that was. I don't know who called me. Give me a second so I can open up the floodgates and we'll be good. Let's see. 630. Who is 630? I gotta stop you. Hold on 1 second. All right, audience, give me like 2 minutes. I need to go get. I got a package. So just give me like 30 seconds. I just gotta run downstairs and get it. Like I told you, I've been getting stuff all day. Like yo, honestly, ever since I finished that movie, it has been a busy day. So just give me like 30, 45 seconds, and I'll be back. I'm back, everyone. I gotta see what I bought, but yeah, this short film is gonna be really great. I think people are gonna love it. I know that people are gonna love it, and I hope I get a good praise about it. You know. Okay. So this, but yeah, I don't think I know it's gonna be a part two because the movie. I feel like even when I finished the movie, I was like, yo, the way how it ends, you're gonna need a part two. You're gonna need a part two. It needs to be much more crazier and everything. Let me see what everybody said. Oh well, I, well, if you make part two, just make it a feature film. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Robin. So yeah, just make sure. So I will say this: I had an idea of making it in black and white. That was my first idea. I was like, yo, I always wanted to make a black and white movie. You know, but um, and you know, there's always buts, but I think I think it'll mess it up if we made it in black and white. And that was my whole issue with it. What the fuck did I get here? Amazon? Give me a second, everybody. I don't know what I bought from Amazon. Black and white is cool, but a lot of folks don't like it. Yeah, that's true. Is this my feet stuff? Yeah, this is for my feet. Oh yeah. So I got some stuff for my feet. So when I massage, when I get the bubbly for my feet, got the joints, you know. So this is a come up right here. So I gotta take this, put this in one of these drawers. But yeah, we'll do this later. What's going on, Convo? I can't stay long. We at TikTok on Alpha. Okay, definitely. I'll check it out a little bit later. Um, I seen you on Adonis before they kicked me out. Yeah, what the fuck is this? Is this a gift? Did my kids order something offline? Give me a second, everybody. Yeah, so yeah, it's like I said, man. It's a come up. I will say that. But let's get back into the show, everybody. I apologize. But I want to say this. Do y'all think, and this is just me, do y'all think I made a black and white film on it, actually. It looks pretty good. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, keep up with the black and whites. I think that they're gonna bring that shit back sooner or later. Um Marcus Garvey. I always been skeptical about Marcus Garvey. When people always used to be like, "Oh, yo, you know, Marcus Garvey, you know, he was Pan African," and this is when I was Pan African because I used to believe in all the Pan African things and thinking that people love, you know, they loved Black America and stuff like that. I personally thought it had to do with something with Black Americans. And years go by. What's going on, American Dream guy? And when things went through, I always said to myself, I was like, nah, Marcus Garvey didn't really fuck with black people like that. And I'm gonna say this, and it's because he befriended. Did somebody use my fucking credit card? I think somebody used my credit card. Like Marcus Garvey, he. How do I say this without being crazy? I think Marcus Garvey. I think he was out of touch. The things that he was doing in Africa, I mean, not in Africa, in Jamaica, it didn't work. So he tried it somewhere else. And I think that's where his downfall was. His downfall always has been that. And give me a second. I don't remember getting that for my kids or anything. My kids probably ordered some shit offline. But yeah, like I said, I always had a problem with that. My problem has always been that Marcus Garvey wasn't truthful. Even with Pan Africanism, they're not really truthful of what they really want from Black America. If you want money and you want some people to support you for Africa, I understand that. Black Americans wouldn't mind helping you. But in 2026, it seems like a lot of these Pan Africans, a lot of these conscious communities make it seems like it's our obligation. It's a Black Americans' obligations to support them. Like we're not your parents. Like I always thought that we're not your parents. If you go in a situation, it's not our obligation to tell you like, well, you know what, you need to do better, and I'm gonna give you this money this time. No, we did it out of love. We helped a lot of countries out of love. You know, because at the end of the day, we really thought. I'm gonna be personally honest. We really thought that we were all one. Black Americans thought it was an all one. It's and when we found out, it's like telling us Santa doesn't exist. That's how fucked up we were from it, you know. And I'm not saying that like, oh, yo, it hurt my feelings and shit like that. It just sucked. It sucked because I always felt like, when it comes to other immigrants and stuff like that, I can salute other immigrants. That's one thing I never lost is that I can salute them and congratulate them. But I can't congratulate you no more when you just trying to rub it in my face. All I could just say, best luck to you, my nigga. That's it. I can't do no more or no less because at the end of the day, y'all make things worse. Y'all have been making things worse for a very long time, So it's not like, oh yeah, this been going on for 60, 70 years. No, this shit just started, you know. And like we could tell this shit just started because we telling you that we found out that y'all didn't like us and it was a shock to us. And you're saying that, oh, that's a lie, you always hate it's just you was gaslighting. It was very manipulative, you know. Like if you try to manipulate me, I got a problem with that, you know. I have always had a problem with that. So it's just like I'm one of those type of people. Yeah, Black Americans shouldn't be fucking with y'all. We should have separate communities. If niggas want to hang out in each other's community, that's no problem. But living amongst each other, working, I don't mind working with each other and stuff like that. But just living amongst these people, seeing these people like 80% of your day, if it ain't your job, that's a problem. Because like, why would you want to live amongst people that don't like you? Mahatma Gandhi was a pervert, Robin. Yeah, Mahatma Gandhi was a. Oh, Gaddafi. I'm sorry, Gaddafi. Gaddafi. I'm gonna say this about Gaddafi. Gaddafi was on the right page. It's just he didn't have nobody backing him up. All jokes aside, Gaddafi didn't have nobody, no African countries backing him up. He was an Arab African, but they didn't back him up. That's why if you go to his country now, you can see that you can see that they sell slaves in Gaddafi's country now because he's gone. Because what America done to his country. So it's not like, and I'm like, I have no dog in the fight. I don't give a fuck about Arabs and shit like that. And the reason why, because Arabs don't like black people as it is too. So it's why should I have sympathy for you if you don't like my people anyways? I could be like, damn, that shit sucks, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna act like I give a fuck. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm not gonna act like I give a fuck about like Arabs or anything. Like the motherfuckers don't really care for us like that. They don't really care for blacks like that. Even in their religion, that's why honestly, that's why you got a lot of Nation of Islam people. It's not that, oh yeah, it's because it was two separate things. It was separate because at the end of the day, a lot of these Arabs didn't fuck with black people. A lot of these Arabs consider themselves and identify as white people. That's why it's so easy for them to accept white people instead of blacks. Look what they do to get over here to get citizen. I'm gonna tell you a ill thing, Robin. I thought this shit was a lie, but it's actually true. Um, a lot of these Arabs, they get these citizenships by saying that they got beat up by a black man. And I guess there's some loophole. If you get violated by their laws and stuff, you can stay in the country. I That's what I heard, and I looked it up, and it actually does exist. I gotta remember what it's called. Um, but a lot of Arabs doing that. People been catching them doing scams down south with that. So Some agents do it too, because like I said, I'm gonna say this. We know Republicans don't really like black people, but at the end of the day, what's the most dangerous type of ideology is liberals. And the reason why I'm gonna say it's liberals because one thing it's so easy for them to do is turn on black people and demonize black people. That's the most easiest thing that they can do is demonize black people. If they don't like what you're saying, that it's easy to demonize you and villainize you. If you was a black man, at least if you're white, you have a little bit of leverage, not much, but you can still get through because you have a lot of support and a little bit more power. This is why I said about this $1 million worth of whiteness, where that can actually help you. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. The nigga Brock, the nigga who raped that girl in college, and instead of him giving him jail time, they gave him probation, and he has to be on a sex offenders list. That nigga still got a job. That nigga's father wrote to the judge and said he only raped her for 2 minutes. Like it was all right. Like, well, it's not that bad. It was only for like 2 minutes, you know? Just shit like that, and that's why I said, like, I can speak about it. I'll say this, and I'm a and this might be a controversial statement that I'm gonna make. Republicans, black people were Republicans before a lot of y'all were Republicans. Most of y'all were Democrats. But when the side switched, that's when y'all became conservative. Most of y'all wasn't conservative. So it's, yeah. Most of y'all was Democrats. But the side switched, the ideology switched. That's why it was so easy for Nick Cannon to give that vague statement about the Republicans freed the slaves, and like, we did research and we've seen that the Abraham didn't free us. We freed ourselves because we were gonna slaughter a lot of people in the South. So yeah, Moses Dixon put on 200,000 militant black people, soldiers, to slaughter a lot of people down south. But the reason why it didn't go through is because the Civil War was happening and they took the side of the North, which were the Republicans. so so yeah, it is a unique dark story. I will say, yes, they call Republicans the Black Party from the beginning. Yeah, but now look at it now. Like, and this is why I always tell you, Robin, a lot of black people create a lot of stuff and don't get credit for anything. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. There's this guy named Bobby from Boston. Do you know Bobby from Boston created a lot of that Ralph Lauren shit, and he gets no credit from it? His name was Bobby Garnett. He was a Bostonian. He was a Black American, and he created a lot of the styles, the looks that Ralph Lauren has, and he didn't get a penny from it. So it's, yeah, you'd be surprised. Yeah, Bobby from Boston. Yeah, and guess who got the credit? Yeah, doesn't matter. They still white, Robin. They're still right. And I think Ralph Lauren, the guy's name, Ralph Lauren, I think he's a white man. Let me look it up. Let's see. Yeah, but the guy Bobby from Boston. That's who it is. Bobby Garnett. That's his real name. So yeah, you'd be surprised. Let me see. Right there. Uh, hold on. What the hell? I get free sneakers? Hope they don't want me to do no fucking survey. I don't want to do no fucking survey. I knew they were gonna try to make me do a survey. The fuck? That's yeah, Bobby from Boston. That's his name. Bobby Garnett. They stole all. Yo, he died, and he died like what was it? Like 10 years ago. You know, all the styles that he was getting, all the like people will say a yuppie or like a European ish style. No, Bobby created that shit. You know, he started who worked for warehouse shop. Oh, wait, give me a second. I'll tell you the dude's name. Bobby from Boston. That's why also too I be telling y'all a lot of shit be coming out of Boston, like the old Boston, not the new Boston now, because it's filled with a lot of immigrants. You know, so it's were there immigrants in Boston? Yeah, there were immigrants in Boston. But I would say this: it was. But I would say that yeah, it just a lot of shit is stolen. You know, like for yeah, it's just a lot of shit was stolen. No, Ralph Lauren is a Jewish. Uh, look his name up. Lauren. It sounds French. Lauren sounds French. Rob. Oh, he is. He is a small hat. Shout out to him. From an immigrant family. Yeah, you're right. From the Bronx. Mm, 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 mm. But Bobby, one thing I gotta tell you, he's still white. That's a white man. This is why I say you gotta police your people. Those are your people. You gotta hold, and this is why I always tell you too, yo, you gotta hold people accountable. He changed his name to make it sound French. Oh, okay, okay. His original name is Lip Switch. So yeah, you gotta hold those people accountable and stuff like that. Y'all, let me tell you something. You know why I respect Dame Dash so much? Because he don't give a fuck. He calls them all white. Leo Cohen's, he calls him a white man. Leon Cohen's is a small head, but he's a white man. You can't take that man's whiteness from him because you know why? Sooner or later, y'all join forces and turn against black people. You know, and that's how it always has been. You know, and I'm gonna tell you something. No, let me not say that because I don't know if they'll flag my page for that. But he is not white. It's still white. Yeah, they're still from the. I want you to look up this, Robin, when you have time. What is that town? Give me I'm gonna tell you. Give me a second. I'm gonna tell you what to look up. Give me a second. I'm gonna tell you the guy to look up. Um, I might help you out a little bit. I'm gonna tell you what to look up, and uh, let's see. Damn, where is this land at? Give me a second. I'm gonna show you something. Hold on a second. Let me turn this shit down, and I'll tell you. Look up Khazaria. Khazaria. It's a land near like Georgia, Russia, the Caucasus Mountain area. Khazaria. Um, and this is where you'll go down that rabbit hole. A lot of y'all white folks like to go down that. Oh, I know about that. A lot of y'all like to go down that rabbit hole, and I. This is why I tell y'all all the time. They are white. They are still white, no matter how you cut or slice it. They are white, so you can't take their whiteness from them. So yeah, no matter if they're more cheap. Yeah, they're white. They're white. Yeah. No, they're white. Nick Fuentes is a he's a Mexican. That's a Mexican white man, but because his father's Italian. And we can even talk about the Italians. Don't forget, Europe was ruled by black people for over 800 years. Y'all just got a taste of Europe, you know. I don't know if you know that or not. Yeah. The Moors ruled Europe for over almost 800 years, you know. That's why I always tell y'all that y'all got to figure out what did y'all create. That's why I always ask people, what did y'all create, you know? That's why you see a lot of black statues and antique like figures in Europe. Sometimes you have to ask the question where Italians are only became white in the last 20 years. A little bit longer than that, but yeah, it's because they got Moorish blood. That's why I'm gonna tell you something. If you have you ever dated a Italian girl and their hair gets coiled like a black person, and they always have to hot comb their hair and stuff like that? Yeah, they can hot comb their hair because of the texture of their hair because they have Moorish blood. Yeah. hmm That's why if you notice, a lot of these Italian girls be having figures, and most people like, damn, where did that come from? You know, where did that shit come from? Hold on. So yeah, that's true, Robin. But that's why if you ever notice, I'm gonna say this: Have you noticed a lot of these Italians have Italians and blacks have the same like probably moral and ethics? Most they have moral. They got certain morals and ethics. Um, they get you can compare that shit to them. You're not supposed to tell. Some shit you gotta shut the fuck up. You can't don't say too much. You know, your communities stick together, and that's probably a more broader thing with everybody. But that started happening in the black and Italian communities first, where like everybody when I say it's a bond, it's a bond. Like say if somebody needs help in the community, they'll help the people in the community and stuff like that. Or if you're doing crime or you're like some type of politician, you're supposed to help the community. That came from blacks and Italians. So shout out to the Italians. But there's certain things that we don't do that they do. Like it's like Italians is known for gangbang. I mean, drive-bys. The drive-bys isn't that shit didn't come from like black people. That was more of an Italian thing. What's going on, JG11? Just going a little bit off topic for a little bit. I was telling Robin because he's about to go down that rabbit hole with the small hats, and I told him I'm like, yeah, gotta be careful. Like the Irish had traditionally works with the but we did it. Yeah, know what you did? Y'all did it in Boston too. You infiltrated their shit with the police and the FBI. So that's why I'm gonna tell you this. Waddy Bolger is a very hated person. And Bolger was getting guns from the IRA. So that's how he actually got caught up. Because one of those niggas who was importing the guns told on Waddy. And Waddy was an informant. So that's why I always tell people, I was like, yo, stop like there's this guy from Charlestown, this an Irish guy. He always mentioning Waddy Bolger. I said Waddy Bolger was a pedo and a fucking rat. He's probably one of the greatest rats ever, you know, other than Elpo. They made a movie off of Elpo. They made 4 or 5 movies off of Waddy Bolger. The Black Mass, you got the Departed, you got fucking what was the other movie with him in it? There's a few of them. It's Waddy Bolger was a piece of shit. I'm gonna be personally honest. And if I was Irish, I would tell people he's a piece of shit, and that's not our culture. I would have been said that. That's me, you know. You know, I don't think people think about that when that shit happens. Yeah, he was. Yeah, but let's get back into the show. I'm gonna talk about Dr. Umar now. Like Dr. Umar, like I think he with Dr. Umar, he became so successful because that was his era, that was his time. But I think Umar is so out of touch with he can't read the room anymore. He can't knows that he's just looking fucking crazy out here and he's being used by the white supremacists. That's how crazy it's getting. Because I'm gonna say this, it's getting so bad that he is using Democrat talking points. He's using Democrat talking points, and that's where a lot of this pan-Africanism stuff comes from. It's a lot of these Democrats talking points. You know, um, I'm gonna say this. I used to support the Democrats. Hold on. Oh, fuck me. But yeah, a lot of these Democrats, I think they've been surviving, and this is just me because of gaslighting a lot of people. They've been gaslighting a lot of people, and I think, like, even to this day, I don't think Republicans they're out of touch with a lot of things that's going on in life too. They're trying to compare. Let me tell you something. A lot of these Democrats is trying to adapt with the black community, because don't forget, a lot of Democrats been winning that way. They've been winning because of the black community. It wasn't the Latino community. You know, the Latino will always go white. You know, whoever's like the most racist, and like we were always loyal, and we was always loyal to blue. But they lost our loyalty because they couldn't be trusted. Instead of doing stuff for us, they were doing stuff for people that didn't even matter. They were doing so much, they would turn a blind eye to us and doing stuff for others. It was just a kick in the nuts to us, you know. So it's I knew that was gonna happen, and I was like, yeah. Once they brought this Obama nigga up, I already knew. I was like, yeah, this nigga's full of shit. I was when I heard him talk, I was like, oh yeah, that's just kind of dope. But when you still started listening to him, you'd be like, yeah, this nigga's full of shit, you know. Yeah, I was like he got to be from something. He's not black, and that's when I started questioning that shit. I was like, yo, these niggas ain't black. Then after that, the person who really exposed that shit was Tariq Nasheed. We got to give credit to it. It wasn't the Pan Africans, and the Pan Africans was the ones telling us to vote for them. These Pan Africans had these niggas in we these had these white liberals in fucking kente clubs and shit like that, thinking that it was gonna bring our people. Like it was crazy how these Democrats, I mean these fucking Pan Africans had these Democrats like, yeah, bending the knee, wearing kente fucking scarves and clothes. I'm like, oh, these niggas is crazy. I was like, they're out of touch with Black Americans. Like that, I'm gonna say all of them are out of touch. All these niggas is old. They don't know what's going on. You talking to the fucking nerds that has a animosity against like niggas who were cool back in the days, and niggas who was actually doing stuff. You know, like come on, let's personally be honest. You think Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and all these other niggas really are in touch with like Black America? Or like like real conservative people. A lot of these people are not real conservative. You could tell Anton Daniels is not a real conservative. You know, he's just going there because at the end of the day, he fits in that crowd with them nerds. Oh yeah, if you get money, everybody will respect you. No, nigga, because you got money don't mean you're gonna get respect. There's no ands or buts about that. You know, it's just that to me, and this is just how it looks. It just looks that like they're doing the Garvey shit again. Garvey was a scammer. I think he was a scammer. I think he scammed a lot of people. You know, he gave niggas false hope. Cause at the end of the day, niggas is still saying the same shit that Garvey was saying. That nigga went to jail. He did 2 years for a 5 year sentence. And everybody's, oh yeah, somebody snitched on. No, nigga, what, what is it, man? It's like, yo, this is the shit that he's doing, man. It's not nobody's not connecting with the shit. Nobody's not connecting with the shit. Oh, let's see what Shabako said. This is a joke. FBAs want to be best white man slaves. Obama did the best. He what did Tariq Nasheed do? What is he doing today? Was FBA's Shabaka? Tariq Nasheed's not a leader, so why do we care what he does? You know, we got to be personally honest about that. You know, I just got to be hold on. I first gave Umar the benefit until he said on Breakfast Club he's building multiple schools. I'm gonna say this Shabaka first, then I'm gonna go to Flat Earth Society. Um, I'm gonna say this Shabaka. Niggas, we don't give niggas benefits of the doubt for trying. We don't give out trying awards. And I gotta be personally honest. Obama didn't do shit for black people. He did shit for everybody else. He made laws for everybody else. Black Americans, he left in the dark. If you want to say that's trying, be my guest, but he didn't do shit. I gotta be personally honest about that. And once you come to facts and understand that, it's gonna be much more easier to say like, yeah, this nigga didn't do shit. You know, no, for you, flat black. I mean, flat Earth society. Yeah, Dr. Umar's wilding out. I think the nigga's on the booger sugar. Niggas is starting to say that too. I think he's on the booger sugar. So it's that's probably it. He's on the booger sugar. You know, who in the tootin'? That's all I can tell you. It's taking him 10 years to build. I'm gonna say this. It only takes 10 years or even 5 years if you're building it from scratch. This motherfucker is just what revamping a building and trying to pass and it's trying to pass inspection, but he's just revamping a building. He's not adding on to no building. He's not building it from scratch. So it just doesn't make sense of him doing what he's doing, you know. And I agree with you for that shit, you know. And he's fucking up. Umar's fucking up, you know. Yeah. So yeah, it's Umar's bugging out. I will say that. I think the nigga's bugging out. I don't think he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. And that's just me. Hold on a second. Yeah, he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. And it's fucked up because it's hurting black America and it's sad. Let me tell you something. Your Lord and Savior Marcus Garvey was a scammer. He was the first Victor Lugswick. You know, as I tell you, he is the first Victor Lugswick. You know, Victor Lugswick was a con artist. He was an Austrian con artist. He robbed niggas for millions and ran off to America. He tried he faked of selling the fucking Eiffel Tower twice. And took the money and ran. He tried this shit in America and went to jail and died in prison. But you know, it comes with the game, man. You gotta stamp that shit to the game. Tariq Nasheed is a scare also. He done what he has done, but profit from profit. But profits from fuck up videos. You and your colleague is a joke. What about affordable health care? What affordable health care? What you talk about the shit Obama did? No, that shit is not no. It's not no affordable health care. I had to get private health care because my health care that I was getting from work was a piece of shit. That's still that Obama shit, you know. So I'll get. I they said he raised over 2 million donations. Better off with a recreational center with a learning company. Yeah, I think he should have started off like that too. A recreational building. Yeah, I think that would have been very great right there. The shit that he was doing, he's scamming. Nigga scamming. Let's not lie. You know, Brother Bronze, what type of school would you have put together? Oh, online. If I was gonna build a school, I'm gonna say this. Um, no, never mind. I don't. I'm not gonna tell you. But I will say this. If If I was gonna make a school, I would make a school for Black Americans. You know, because at the end of the day, that's the ones that they say that we are suffering. We got this low type of education. I'll make a school for us, for Black Americans, because at the end of the day, to give us a better chance of winning. I wouldn't do online. I would actually like, yo, come into the school, build a school, start off small. I wouldn't some big giant school, and I will do middle school first. I'll no first I'll do elementary, then I'll do middle school. No, the first 5 years I'll do elementary school. The next 5 years I'll do middle school. The next 5 years I'll do high school. Um, for education, I mean for elementary school, if I had a chance to call it the name, I would call it the name I would call my elementary school is probably Moses Dixon Elementary School. Moses Dixon was one. He's the first one to put a big ass revolt together, over 200,000 Black Americans from slavery, and they were about to slaughter a lot of people down south, but the Civil War happened. I would call my elementary school that. Nat Turner Middle School will be the next one, because he had one of the most prominent he had one of the most reluctable revolts in American history. And also high school will be John Horse. John Horse was never a slave, but he was a what they would call a black indigenous. So it'll be John Horse High School. I would like to make my name as a high school, but nah, I would do that John Horse High School. You know, and it's just because it's for black children and stuff, and I want them to know more than what they are knowing in these other schools. Is that I mean with the 2 million, Dr. Umar. Oh, what I would buy? Maybe buy land and put trailers on. Yeah, you could do that. Slumlord, yeah, you could be a slumlord and stuff like that. That shit would be super dope. But if I was gonna do a school, I would start off with like elementary school first. I'll do elementary school first. Especially when Dr. Umar, starting of his career, he talked about ADHD and ADD. Now the shit kind of changed over my time, because when I was growing up, it was called ADD. Then the other stuff was called ADHD. Then ADD was crossed out. It was just ADD with hyperactivity or without hyperactivity, so it was still the same thing. Then after that, I don't know what it is now. It's called a behavior issue. It's called autism. So it's like, honestly, because when I was young, I got hit in the head with a bat when I was 2, and I had internal bleeding in my brain, and it's for some reason it stopped. But I had to learn how to like speak again when I was 2, and I learned. When I say I learned fast, I learned fast. I never peed in a bed. I was walking at 7 months. Um, I was talking. I already knew how to potty. Like, I was doing all of that, and I had to learn all of that shit over again when I turned 2, because I got hit in the head with a bat. So, um, I would have been considered right now. I would have probably had autism. I would have been like, oh yeah, this nigga got autism. So it's yeah. It is what it is. Pipe dreams of fools. You can't do anything without organization. That white man ain't giving FBA shit. Dream on. Dream. Oh, it's supposed to say on. Okay, cool. Um, I'll say this to you, Shabaka, and we're gonna start the show soon. Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. What did your Lord and Savior Marcus Garvey go to jail for? What did he go to jail for? I'm asking the question. What did he go to jail for? Uh, Dr. Umar say it's ready. Will be open. 2027. Yeah, late 2027. I doubt it. It's gonna get pushed back again. There's gonna be something that's wrong. There's gonna be something. Oh yeah, some plumbing or some shit like that. It's gonna be like that. Flat Earth society. That's what's gonna happen. I'm out of this fucking house dream. Only come to dreamers and this is scams. But put up put up with this bullshit too long. What tour guide trees. Don't forget he had the reparation rally and there was a big ass reparation rally. Everybody came to that. And don't forget the reparation rallies is that's what made people started talking about reparations. So yeah, you can't say that, Shabaka. Tariq Nasheed was making the hidden colors, and he made that for everybody's Africans, Caribbeans. Now, when he started making it for Black Americans, we had an issue. Once we start telling the truth about hip hop, we have an issue. This is what your issue is, Shabaka, is that we're not sharing anymore. We're acting like small hats, as Robin was saying. We're acting like a small hat. And I'm cool with that. Okay, we don't want to share with y'all niggas. Y'all didn't help us. We're telling the truth. Okay, these niggas really didn't help us. If you let me tell you something, if y'all really wanted to help, if y'all really did help us with, you know, with hip hop, all y'all niggas did was put cardboard boxes, was it the cardboard on the fucking ground. You was carrying fucking crates with songs in it, with the record with records in it, my nigga. Like y'all niggas didn't do shit. Like like nigga, you should be happy that we said, yo, y'all niggas kind of contribute. Y'all contributed something, you know. We said that y'all contribute. Y'all took offense because we say y'all helped. You contribute a little bit. You innovated it after we already made all the fucking we made the blueprint. You added on. Y'all niggas get mad about that. Like, let's be personally honest. As y'all niggas laughed at me when I say, yo, James Brown kind of innovated all that shit. Niggas wasn't flashy, wasn't like him. Niggas wasn't like dancing like this nigga. Yeah, a lot of them niggas was doing the merengue. Other niggas was grinding on these bitches and stuff. Give me a second. Did I bend this shit? Give me a second, everyone. Let me see if I bend this. Oh man. Give me a second. Oh fuck. Hope I didn't bring this. Okay, it's on. Yeah, it's that's y'all was doing that shit. Y'all niggas wasn't break dancing like we were dancing. Y'all niggas, and we can even throw Bojangles up in there. And Bojangles was probably mixed. Maybe I don't know. Most likely not. You know, most of these niggas came from the south. You know, niggas was lit like fucking Chuck Berry. Even though Chuck Berry was a pervert, you know, Chuck Berry did his thing. You know. Give me a second, everyone. Yada 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 yada. Blasey blah. So it's not like yo, Shabaka, you got to tell me what am I saying that is wrong. You know, you gotta just tell me what I'm saying that is wrong. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying, and then what I'm not trying to say. Oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I don't believe what you're saying. No, nigga, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, okay, tell me where am I wrong at. Tell me who helped. You know. This is the same thing with Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar want to give all these African imaginary people fucking credit. You know, a nigga who lived in a fucking mud hut. He want to give credit to. Like we don't know these niggas. We never heard of these niggas. Our parents never heard of these niggas. Now we giving credit to niggas that we don't know. We're not in the game of making people feel good. And I'm gonna be personally honest. We're not in that type of game of making people feel good. So at the end of the day, if this hurts your feelings, my nigga, maybe you need to blame your ancestors for not doing shit. And stop calling niggas what is it? Stop calling niggas fucking Morenos and Cocolos. Stop calling niggas Akatas. Stop calling niggas Yanks. Y'all could have been lit with us. We could have made something three times better. But no, y'all did. Only time y'all wanted to come when shit was already built. When y'all seen the fucking house. And niggas was living lovely over here. You know? Now y'all want to bring up this bullshit. Oh yeah, fucking what is it? Jollof rice cake. Was it jambalaya rice cake from Jollof? No, nigga. Are you serious? Yeah, we brought the okra over there to nigga. Come on, let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's not do that. Cause we all know Jollof rice and jambalaya tastes different. It tastes different. Like, why were you like? This is the amnesia shit that I be talking about with these immigrant people. Because at the end of the day, and it's not that I hate y'all niggas. Y'all get on my nerves sometimes. Like the nigga who took up a whole parking spot near my house, and I say, yeah, this is this Puerto Rican shit, man. I be talking about. You know, they'll take the whole fucking parking spot and two cars can park there. Like nigga, these niggas is crazy. Then when niggas slice their tires, oh, como está? Or what happened? What happened? You know, como está? Como está? Like, yeah, como está? Nigga, slice your fucking tires. You know, like we gotta stop doing that. Like, and I'm just saying this as a and I'm saying this out of love. Like, y'all niggas gotta stop doing that. Niggas is not in the game of of making y'all niggas happy. We gotta be personally honest about that. Niggas ain't making y'all niggas happy. We don't give a fuck, and that's what it's coming to. That's what that shit is coming to. It is what it is, you know. But we're about to start the show. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. And also, if you want to be in the live chat, you got to be a subscriber. So subscribe, and also don't forget to hit that GoFundMe and send in some dollars for my new short film, Brother Morningstar. Short, Sir Adam's great portrayal. So definitely, send in some dough for that show. Definitely, and I might be coming to a show near you doing short films and everything, you know, because we're gonna get lit out here. But again, as I'm gonna tell y'all, this show might get a little bit crazy because I know how Shabaka feels about Dr. Umar and Marcus Garvey, but at the end of the day, we got to be truthful about this. We have to be truthful because we can't act like Marcus Garvey was doing anything for black people. That nigga was out there talking with the white supremacists. When that nigga was in jail, Marcus Garvey's wife was hugging up on and getting consoled by a white supremacist. But at the end of the day, I'm just showing y'all this. I'm just showing y'all this is what happened in these communities. When people, and this is why I always tell people, a lot of these immigrants have immigrant backgrounds, and these Black Americans have the Black experience. We don't have these immigrant experience. This is why we feel a certain type of way, and we're always cautious when we're around them. You know, and this is why I say when you're out of when you're not on code with us, we have to treat you like you're a white supremacist. We got to treat you like you're lost in the sauce. We got to treat you like that. There's no ands and buts about that. You know, so yeah. Hold on. I think I turned it up. All right. Yeah, it's we can't keep on doing this no more. We can't keep on this is why I say, yo, I had a problem with John Lewis. He always wanted to take the morally high road. I'm not like that. Most Black Americans don't want to take the morally high road because you know why? We get busy out here. We get busy out here. We know how that shit is. It gets serious. Shit goes left. Shit goes left. You know. But we're gonna start off with the first video. Let me see. Let me pick the first one. Oh, this one right here. Y'all gonna love this one. I was watching a little bit of it. I didn't finish. It's a 12-minute video, so give me a second. I got to throw back on my vest, my Dagestan vest. You know, and shout out to my peoples who bought me that. I know y'all got that shit from Sheen, but I'm gonna still rock it.
All right, all right, all right. So let me tell you all about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a big fat fraud. He was a big old beast fraud. Everything he did, he was a traitor to natural born America. All right, let me explain to you why. Look, this is dirty history. I'm telling y'all the real, man. Forget about all that other. Let me tell you what it is. He was a fat boy that came from Jamaica.
Oh
He wasn't
shit!
even American. He saved this money and he took a boat trip to Britain. So let's follow the timeline. He's from Jamaica. Jamaica is one of those Caribbean provinces that dropped off slaves. Cool. Then he went to Boston. Boston is full. I mean, not Boston. Britain. Britain is full of Africans, like pure Africans. Even to this day, it's a bunch of Nigerians and Ethiopians that hang out in Britain. Britain is a friend to Africans and places where Africans were dropped off during the transatlantic slave trade. You got to remember, though, only 4% of those Africans made it to America. 96% of the quote-unquote black people in America.
What I've been telling y'all, he's saying the same thing I'm saying. Only 4% of Africans came to America. 4%. And now you got to think, and this is why I always tell a lot of y'all Caribbeans and Latinos, y'all are more African than I am. Y'all know y'all came from Africa. Y'all know y'all was a part of that slave boat. I don't know if I was a part of that slave boat or not. I don't. We got to be personally honest. I don't know if I was a part of that slave boat because don't forget, again, like he said, there's only 4% of Black Americans that were brought. I mean, Africans that were brought here. So now you got to think who was brought here, who wasn't brought here. But don't forget, y'all was mixing with the blacks, the Black indigenous.
Are from America. So he was in Jamaica. He got educated by white people in Britain. Then he decides to go back to Jamaica and be like, let's go back to Africa. Who the hell convinced him to go back to Africa? I don't know. You didn't go to Africa to get educated. You didn't go to Africa to find a wife. You went to Britain to study under white people. Then you went back to Jamaica and said, man, I need to go to America and convince these niggas. So then he got inspired, allegedly. He got inspired by who would be Booker T. Washington, right? But Booker T was about, make your own, build your own, sell your products to America, ingratiate yourself inside America, be American. That was Booker T. Washington's thing. Is that what Marcus Garvey did? No, he did not, gentlemen. Booker T told y'all, hey, y'all broke, let's go back to Africa. Let me tell you how racist he is. And, spoiler alert, he linked up with a grand wizard of the KKK to take y'all back to Africa. And at the same time, America had bought the small country of Liberia.
I'm gonna say this. This is what you see now in 2026. You still see it in 2026. You see all of this stuff in 2026, and like I said, this ain't a surprise that Marcus Garvey was like this. To me, this was a surprise if Marcus Garvey was a scammer. And I'm gonna say this, Shabak. I know you don't want to hear this, but this is what this show is about. As I told you, you better be ready to defend Marcus Garvey. I told you that yesterday. You got to be ready to defend Marcus Garvey because at the end of the day, Is he the reincarnation of Dr. Umar? Because they're both like that. They're both like that. So what are we talking about? Let's keep on going. Oh,
Up with a grand wizard of the KKK to take y'all back to Africa. Around the same time, America had bought the small country of Liberia in order to send all the black people because they wanted to make America pure and white. They was trying to get rid of niggas, and he was right there with them, hoping the white boys take you off of your birthland. He was right there. He was a traitor to the blacks. All that. I was with him with Booker T. Washington. He was not trying to have you make a livelihood here. He was trying to get you up out of Dodge. With the Klan. Clicking with the Klan. But let's rewind that because that comes later. So, then Booker T, all he was a fat orator. And he ran a little newspaper. So basically, newspapers, the way that black newspapers go, I don't know where y'all from, but in Chicago, we got stuff like the Southtown Journal and the Chicago Defender and all these little black newspapers, and all they tell you about is what events is popping in the city and tell you how to be a black victim, right? How everybody doing something to you. It's a propaganda piece. Basically, and the same thing could be said because he really moved a lot like A. Philip Randolph. Maybe I'll do a show about A. Philip Randolph later. But all he was a social media influencer. He was an orator, so he'll pass out flyers, try to sell y'all a newspaper, telling you a victim, and then he'll have these grandiose speeches. The only thing Fat Boy really did right is he had a great selection in hats, nigga. He wore the coolest hats. And those hats made people think that he was important. Because nobody else had a plume in a hat. So since he had a cool hat, people followed Fat Boy.
My nigga say he had a cool hat.
He ended up, amongst other failed businesses, he ended up somehow selling private stocks, which I'm not against, by the way. But he sold private stocks and said, man, check this out. We're going to get our own boats, and I'm going to transport y'all colors back to Africa. And he had people clapping like, yay, yay. It was supposed to be a commerce ship to sell your goods and services directly to Africa, but it wasn't. It was to send you back to Africa. As a matter of fact, the Black Star ships that he did are technically the only black slave ships ever found in America.
Oh, shit.
Going the opposite way. I need y'all to think about that for a minute. All right, so Fat Boy Garvey even if he was going to be successful, which he was not, because eventually they sent him to jail because the flyers that he sent out didn't have the right postage on it and
Everybody, give me a second. I gotta go check on the little ones, see what these niggas doing. All right, I'm back, everyone.
This fraud is a Fed case, and they gave him a Fed case, locked him up for 5 years. Then extradited him. Let me say that again. Extradited him. Extra fraud because the flyers that he sent out didn't have the right postage on it, and postage fraud is a Fed case, and they gave him a Fed case, locked him up for 5 years. Then extradited him. Let me say that again. Extradited him. One more time.
Extradited him.
Back to Jamaica. You know why Fat Boy Black RBG got extradited? Because he wasn't you. He wasn't American. He wasn't African American. He was a goddamn Jamaican. And I like Jamaica. My frustration is most of the people who leave the colors be Jamaican or Haitian or Nigerian. Y'all don't even listen to your own people for your own freedom. Y'all listen to any fat fuck that comes from another place and be like, I'm black too. Y'all motherfuckers at these crayon games, they do not have your interest. Y'all don't have the same thing. You can't get, if you catch a fraud case right now, you can't get extradited because you're from here. There's nowhere else they can send you. It's not like, oh, they can't send us anywhere because they didn't know where we were from. Nigga, they had shipping logs on every goddamn slave that did make it to America.
Yeah.
They knew where the fuck you came from. All the slave plantations had logs on who was in a plantation. You know why? Because they had to insure their slaves because their slaves were property. So you know who you got off the boat. You know who you put insurance on. They know who you are. If they didn't want you here, they would have sent you back. And the 4% of Africans who didn't play the game, they did get sent back. But y'all was already here. But y'all let these fat foreigners come over here and play these crayon games with you and be like, we all black, and they fucking y'all up. He was a fraud. But back to the Black Star. So what ended up happening is somebody who we trusted, a black man, violated my number 2 rule in life, which is not to get deleted by your dude over at top, right? And what ended up happening in this case is one of the guys in his crew, the authorities threatened his top. So he literally, in order to save, I think it was his mother, in order to save his big mama, so to say mama, he drilled holes in Marcus Garvey's boat. And when the boat started sinking, because they couldn't stay, they couldn't float. They didn't sink like boom, like a, it was small holes, but it couldn't, the holes kept leaking. And since the boat couldn't make it to Africa, they couldn't make the sail, which is probably accidentally the best thing that could have happened to them fools in Harlem that supported them. You done went from Jamaica to Britain, back to Jamaica, to end up in Harlem, to tell Harlem niggas to go to Africa. You ain't even been to Africa. Fucking sham. And the only thing you know about Africa, we'll be safe because a white man, he's helping me get you out the country. The fuck? Marcus Garvey is probably top 5 most overrated, quote unquote, black hero.
Damn.
He is in the same vein of W.B. Du Bois. I don't know why they say that he got his scripture from Booker T. Washington, because W.B. Du Bois and Booker T. didn't even like each other. He moved like W.E.B. Du Bois. The reason that he couldn't be down with W.E.B. Du Bois is because W.E.B. Du Bois, he had this LeBron James in him. He couldn't share the spotlight. So W.E.B. Du Bois was supposed to be the next man up. And it's a whole different story. I might do a show on Booker T. On W.B. too. W.E. Du Bois was supposed to be the next man up after Frederick Douglass died. But Frederick Douglass took a liking to Booker T. Washington. Marcus Garvey wanted to be close to Frederick Douglass because Frederick Douglass was the father of the blacks. That was his moniker at the time. So he said he was cool with Booker T, but that nigga moved like W.E.B. WEB didn't like Booker T or like Garvey because they felt like they cut him in line. He was supposed to be next after Frederick Douglass died. So that was his war. So now he be like, oh, I ain't like you anyway. I really like Booker T. Washington. No, you didn't, you fat liar. Every fucking thing you said was a lie. Took all them people money, and you did build a ship. I can't say that part was a scam because you did produce the ship.
He did build that ship. He is right about that. He built it. Did it last? No.
But then you produce the ship just to get them up out of there. That is like the first rap music. That's like going platinum for saying you'll kill your people. Niggas love the shit that's not good for them. They want all the candy, none of the vegetables. But this is the most overrated fat fuck in black history. Goddamn, he ain't even fucking American black. He just a color. Crayon games. Fucking, and I like Jamaicans. I just don't like. Look, anyway, that's today's history lesson. Hood history with dirty folks. Man, make sure y'all leave y'all requests for who else y'all want me to tell y'all the real history about and how it relates to you directly. Not with a bunch of fucking historians and that's normally black women or gay black men tell you about historical figures because they want to blame the white man when they fucking up. Anyway, love your brothers as you love yourself. Feed the pack. Try, bro.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say this. That I'm gonna say this. That shit was powerful, and the reason why I'm gonna say it's powerful because I heard the same story. That's the thing. I heard the same story. You know, and shout out to Hood Stories, with Dirty Folks, Sloop. We got to stop giving a lot of these Pan Africans any credit because a lot of these Pan Africans they don't tell the truth. They're not telling the truth. Now we're about to see how FBAs and Black Americans felt about Garvey. You know, and I know y'all niggas. I know y'all Pan Africans. Oh, we don't give a fuck. Blousy, blousy, blah. This. No, we're gonna see. Hold on.
In the United States in 1916, he quickly found his way to many of New York's most prominent black radical activists and intellectuals, and at least briefly, Garvey enjoyed their support. But by 1920, A. Philip Randolph and other black leaders, some of whom had supported Garvey after his arrival in the U.S., came to believe that Garvey's program for black advancement was unsound and that Garvey himself was a charlatan. Though they admired his skills as a propagandist, these prominent black critics derided Garvey's proposed solutions for the problems of black Americans. They believed that his plans for black progress, including the Black Star Line and the establishment of a Pan-African empire, were unrealistic and ill-advised. They considered the Universal Negro Improvement Association grandiose titles and military regalia to be preposterous. And they thought Garvey, with his assumption of a regal posture under the title Provisional President of Africa, to be a little more than a self-aggrandizing buffoon. A. Philip Randolph, who had introduced Garvey to his first American audience on a Harlem street corner, said Garvey had succeeded in making the Negro the laughingstock of the world. Federal investigations. Randolph, who had introduced Garvey to his first American audience on a Harlem street corner, said Garvey had succeeded in making the Negro the laughingstock of the world. Federal investigations into the finances of the Black Star Line, along with a blistering analysis of the shipping line by W.E.B. Du Bois in the NAACP's Crisis magazine, gave fuel to Garvey's black critics. Randolph personally critiqued the economic feasibility of the Black Star Line in The Messenger, an influential magazine he co-edited with Chandler Owen, and accused Garvey of squandering the hard-earned money of his hard-working poor.
Now, who do that sound like? Who does that sound like? Let's listen again.
Messenger, an influential magazine he co-edited with Chandler Owen, and accused Garvey of squandering the hard-earned money of his hard-working poor supporters. So it's just in them to come to America to commit fraud, huh? Case in point, what's currently happening: Minnesota, Ohio, California, just to name a few. I'll be back.
Don't that sound like a Pan-African thing now? Just squandering the money, just misusing the money. Don't it sound like it? I'm just saying.
I said it in another video. I said, I asked the question, how many times or have you ever heard of Black Americans going to other countries committing massive fraud against their government and our citizens? Never heard of it. Okay, so when you think about the Harlem Renaissance era, what comes to mind is a litany of rich history, intellectual wealth, and artistry. Yes, melanated immigrants were here and they participated in the ingenuity of the artistic era. But what melanated immigrants conveniently leave out is at the time, Harlem housed the most biggest drug dealing female, who was from West Indies. She was Caribbean.
St. Clair.
That's one main reason.
Stephanie St. Clair was a part of, Bumpy Johnson was a part of Stephanie St. Clair's operation. I think this was in the 1920s, 1930s when Bumpy Johnson ran from, I think, South Carolina. So, yeah. She was out here doing numbers and drugs, too.
We've delineated from being called flat black. When it comes to the negativity, you folks have no issue being called black. When it comes to celebrating an accomplishment, you quickly embrace your distinction, which is your ethnicity.
But I will say this, she has done good for the community as well, too. So I can't leave that part out either.
You guys, when you think about the big time drug dealers, somebody brought this to my attention. A lot of them were not Black American, you know? And at the time of the Harlem Renaissance, when you folks want to say, hey, we was a part of this, we was a part of that, you was also a part of the dark side of this country too. But y'all don't want to talk about that. And I brought that up because someone made a comment. They made a comment. They talked about the Harlem Renaissance and why that wasn't mentioned in the latest video I published. The reason why I intentionally left that out is because it talked about melanated immigrants being a part of it, who were poets, who were authors, but that it was not the purpose of the video. The purpose of the video was talking about delineation at that time. So since I'm focusing on delineation, why am I going to talk about what they did in this country? I'm aware of some of the things they did. Like I've said many times, your presence in this country did not help us. You guys went off into your own corners, nursing your identity while we still fought. This is how Black Americans felt about you guys separating yourself from the struggle in our country. And when we are victorious, it benefits you. 2, even though you wanted to go back and hide in your corners. Many immigrants came from a British colonial background. They dealt with colonialism, but that was different than dealing directly with American chattel slavery. Immigrants will fall back on identifying with their home country over their race, which Black Americans saw their mindset as an attempt to distance themselves from the community and its struggles. That's how they felt back then in 1910, and we see the same thing today. Nothing changed. It hasn't gotten better between us. Matter of fact, the gap and division has gotten wider, and nothing changed. They made their heart statement loud and clear. Even though we might look the same, we are not a part of your country's past. That's the message you immigrants give. Therefore, please do not treat us as Black Americans. That's what you said to racists. You feel this way in our country.
I think y'all need to listen to that again. Listen to what she said again.
And nothing changed. They made their heart statement loud and clear. Even though we might look the same, we are not a part of your country's past. That's the message you immigrants give. Therefore, please do not treat us as Black Americans. That's what you said to racists. You feel this way in our country. I feel like you guys should get the Marcus Garvey treatment. So Black Americans, this is what I want to say to you. When we hear anyone speaking loudly and wrong about us on whatever platform, especially politicians pushing anti-U.S. policies, anti-Black policies, even when we hear FBA speaking loud and wrong, what will we do?
I say you gotta shut them down.
And how will it be done?
Immediately.
Okay, court is adjourned. Let's go on. In the early 20th century, one man ignited the largest mass movement in melanated immigrant history. His name was Marcus Garvey. And with a booming voice and a message of radical self-reliance, he inspired millions with a vision of a powerful, independent Black world. He built shipping lines, newspapers, and factories, all owned and operated by Black people. I'm sure it was like, melanated immigrants. Let's go on. He held enormous parades, dressing in a plumed military uniform as the provisional president of Africa. To his followers, he was a Black Moses, here to lead them to a promised land. But to his critics, he was a dangerous demigod, a fraud. And in 1922, he would make a decision so shocking, so completely baffling, that it would ignite a firestorm of outrage and mark the beginning of his spectacular downfall. So what would lead one of the most powerful melanated leaders in American history to meet with the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan? And that's not a hypothetical question. It really happened. This is the story of Marcus Garvey, a man who told Black people to build their own nation, but whose most controversial decision led to his own exile, and a debate about his legacy that rages to this day. My question is, what made Garvey come from whatever country he came from, well, Jamaica, I know he built an institution in Jamaica, come to America and make that decision? Like, that was not your place. We even knew better than to schedule a meeting with the biggest nemesis in this country and possibly the world. Why? Why did you make that decision to go talk to those barbaric murderers? Let's go on. To really get why that meeting was such a bombshell, you have to understand the man himself. Marcus Garvey came to United States from Jamaica in 1916. He walked into a country still wounded from the intentional destruction of the Reconstruction and boiling over with racial violence. Black Americans who had escaped the Jim Crow South for a better life up north were often finding nothing but grim economic realities and brutal race riots. You know what's crazy? Even though the Caribbeans and Jamaicans and whoever else came to this country during those times, seeing what was going on in this country against us, they act like they came from a land of paradise, like they weren't going through hell in their own countries. Because if that be the case, if you weren't going through hell in your own countries too at that time, it would have been no need for you to come to our country. Why would you leave your beautiful countries that is paradise on earth to come to America and stay and never go back to yours? So let's continue. And to this world of delusionment, Garvey's message hit like a lightning strike. He didn't preach integration or ask for acceptance from white society. We didn't either. He preached power. Garvey was convinced that integration was a fantasy and that real respect would only come from economic, political, and cultural independence. We know that. But unfortunately, we've had a lot of leaders in sheep clothing who are wolves in sheep clothing that led our people wrongfully. And I'm not including MLK. Later on, he had the decency and he had a conscience to admit that he messed up when he supported integration. He said it was like he led his people into a burning house. And a lot of the older generation at that time, they did not want to integrate. They wanted to stay segregated because they knew what the hell they would have been dealing with if we removed that invisible barrier that was between us. Okay, let's go on. Garvey's organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, or UNIA, exploded in popularity, growing to hundreds of chapters across the country and around the globe. Its motto was one God, one aim, one destiny. If an organization talked about God, I need to know specifically what God you're talking about. Let's go on. Long before it became a popular slogan in the 60s, Garvey told black people to be proud of their heritage, proclaiming that black is beautiful. He wanted black Americans to see themselves as part of a mighty race. He didn't just talk. He built things. He launched the Negro factories, corporations to create black-owned businesses. We did these things too. We didn't need Garvey and our other melanated immigrants or any other immigrants to come over here and show us or tell us what to do. We built this country. Hello. Let's go on. His most ambitious project was the Black Star Line, a shipping company meant to connect the global Black American and melanated community through trade and eventually transport passengers back to a self-governed Africa. And here's why I'm interjecting again. Why was you trying to get us to go to a place that most of us had never been to? And regardless of what you guys think, most of us who were prisoners of war in America were from this land. And I've said it in other videos in the past, I just haven't been saying it recently. There were some who came from the continent of Africa, but I strongly believe those people that were put in chains and brought here from Africa were the true Hebrews that the Africans turned against and sold out and betrayed. Let's go on. As well as the true Hebrews were in this land too. Let's go on. It was a floating symbol of black enterprise and a direct answer to the famous White Star Line. So the White Star Line existed, and so he did a Black Star Line. Wow, that was very creative. Let's go on. I looked up where Garvey built his cruise line, and guess what? He established the Black Star Line in America, incorporated in Delaware in 1919. He purchased used pre-existing ships such as the SS Yarmouth in the United States to
Damn.
start the company. See, here's another thing that I don't like. When you guys come to our country and like to try to put in our face how accomplished you are, but you leave out that you could only achieve that here and not in your country that you love and boast about.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go on. In August 1920, the UNIA held its first international convention in New York. A parade of thousands marched through Harlem, and an estimated 25,000 people packed Madison Square Garden to hear Garvey speak. The convention issued a Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World and declared Garvey the provisional president of Africa, leading a government in exile. For millions, Garvey wasn't just a leader, he was a prophet who embodied a future free from white oppression. And it was this image, the strong, uncompromising champion of black pride, that made what he did next so hard to comprehend. That's why I was taught don't put people on a pedestal, because those same people you put on the pedestal will end up urinating in your face. Let's go on. A. Philip Randolph, who had introduced Garvey to his first
Facts. I'm gonna say the same thing. Renaissance woman. Yeah, he couldn't do it in his own country, so that's why the thing about it. A lot of people don't understand. The shit that y'all do in America, you can't do it at home. So at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel entitled when a nigga says no. You know, when a whole country of blacks and whites telling you like, no, that's not right. You can't be doing that in this country. You're entitled. You feel like you're entitled to do it. I think this is why I always had a problems with people baking. You know, when they say, "Oh yeah, we broke boundaries so people can do this, this, and that." No, there's rules for everything. We have these rules set for a reason. You know.
American audience on June the 25th, 1922. Marcus Garvey went to Atlanta for a secret meeting. His host was Edward Young Clark, the Imperial Wizard of the KKK. They met for 2 hours inside the KKK's headquarters, a marble mansion they called the Imperial Palace. When word of the meeting got out, the backlash was immediate and ferocious. To Garvey's rivals and even many of his own supporters, this felt like the ultimate betrayal. How could the leader of the world's largest black organization sit down with the leader of America's most infamous white terrorist group? The opposition was a who's who of black intellectuals.
I'm talking about even with these little mixed kids and stuff because I'm very stern with my kids. So you got to keep like if your kids is mixed, you got to keep your kids on a you got to keep them in check. And the reason why they can't be all out here acting like they're different because your kids will be out here doing some raggedy nigga shit, like some raggedy coon shit, and they don't be knowing. They'll be on some jigaboo shit. You be like, yo, what the fuck? Like a kid will be wearing like a watermelon shirt and thinking the shit is cool with an afro, and it's not funny. You know, it's not funny because at the end of the day, those jokes, and this is why I always tell people all the time: the difference between whiteface and blackface is when you do blackface, it was to demean us. You know, it was to make us look crazy. You know, it wasn't until it's funny, yada. You know, it was to demean us and demonize us. So That's why blackface always has been a problem. It has always been a problem. And these people like Jamie Kennedy, Jimmy Kimmel, it's just you can't be doing shit like that. Because at the end of the day, we know what you're doing. You're not laughing at the shit that you're doing. No, you're trying to laugh and demonize us. That's why I always tell people I don't like when other people, Caribbean people talk for me or African people talk to me, because some some I hate talking about them too. They'll do some coonery shit, and at the end of the day, these white folks be thinking that we all do that. Into a nigga catch a chair to the head, or a nigga catch a sucker punch. Like, yo, I'm being personally honest. This shit ain't. It's crazy.
Intellectuals and activists. A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen, who edited the influential socialist magazine The Messenger, had once been allies but now turned on him completely. They started the Garvey Must Go campaign, attacking him relentlessly in print. One headline screamed, Marcus Garvey, the black imperial wizard, becomes messenger boy of the white Ku Klux Klan. They branded him a menace and a race traitor and demanded that the federal government deport the Jamaican-born leader. And that's what we need to start doing with these melanated immigrants who go into politics.
Like, I'm gonna say this. Y'all liberals was doing the same thing. The Nicki Minaj must go. She must go back to Africa. Nicki must go. She needed to go back to Trinidad. But they're not gonna let her go because she pays so much taxes. If that raggedy bitch didn't pay that much taxes as she was paying, her ass being Trinidad Tobago picking fucking coconuts off of a fucking tree right now. Let's not be, or selling some coochie.
What kind of agreements you think they made behind the scenes to publicly vote against us and speak against us so boldly, so loudly, so wrong? They had to have made some kind of arrangements to be that bold, to sit your ass in public on a video, on TV, on an interview, and speak the way you do without fearing any repercussions. Now it's time for repercussions. Marcus Garvey ain't the only one that could be exiled. Let's go on. Leaders from the NAACP, including W.E. Du Bois, also condemned Garvey, seeing him as a dangerous obstacle to the cause of integration. The campaign against him became vicious and personal. Randolph claimed he received a severed human hand in the mail sent with a note on KKK letterhead warning him to stop his attacks on Garvey. Damn, they so effing barbaric.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the shit I'm talking about. And this is the Myron Gaines. This is the Marcus Garveys. This is, the Mexicans in California. We got to be personally honest about this stuff, man. And it sucks to talk about. It sucks to say that because they're supposed to be allies, but none of these niggas is never ever been an ally. They have never been an ally.
Eric, it's time for you guys to pack up and go back to the Caucasus Mountains, because it's clear to me that you guys never became civilized because of the violence that you inflicted on not just mainly my people, but worldwide. You guys are violent and destructive. And it's just in your blood. Own it. Let's go on. Whether it came from Garvey's followers or the Klan itself, the message was terrifyingly clear. This conflict had become a matter of life and death. The meeting with the Klan was the turning point, handing Garvey's enemies the perfect weapon to point him as a fraud and a threat to the very people he claimed to serve. And if that was the KKK who sent that severed hand to Philip, For them to come in and try to defend Garvey, and they are just natural born haters. Well, actually, I think they're fearful. That's what that is. But for them to come in and defend Garvey, I would like to know what the hell y'all talked about. Because these people aren't known to come in and defend someone who don't look like them. Unless they're getting something out of it. And my thing is, how the hell you going to sit here and try to talk to this man who's not from our country to get us to move to a country most of us had never been to, and your ass is an immigrant? Do these people know that their ancestors came from a whole different country too? Let's go on, Lord. So why did he do it? Why would Garvey risk everything to meet with the Klan? He later explained his thinking to a hall packed with his supporters. Not because I wanted to be a member of the Klan, he said, but because I wanted to know the truth about the Klan's attitude toward the race I represent. You could have talked to a black person and found that out. You could have talked to a foundational black American who people had just got out of slavery. You could have sat down and talked to them. You didn't need to go talk to these barbaric people. Who's to say they would have told you the truth? Because everything they say about us are lies. So why would you go talk to liars? Oh my God. Garvey believed the KKK was just the honest face of what all of white America truly felt. While other white groups might pretend to be friends, Garvey saw the Klan as refreshingly direct. They fed you a bowl of feces and told you was...
This is pan-africanism at its best. This is pan-africanism at its best. We got to stop that shit, man. And this is why, like, I felt back from Pan-Africanism. We got this man from Jamaica that went with the devil to do work with him, to get brownie points.
Chocolate ice cream, and you just ate it up. He famously said, I regard the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and white American societies, as far as the Negro is concerned, as better friends of the race than all other groups of hypocritical whites put together. To Garvey, an honest enemy was better than a hypocritical friend. I don't want none of them. None of them will give me peace of mind. If you hate me and you've shown in the past that you hate me, always hypocritical of me, why the hell do I want either of you in my life? Oh my God, let's go on. Garvey wanted a powerful, independent black nation in Africa. Both were hardcore separatists. Both were against racial mixing. To the horror of integrationists, Garvey even made speeches where he praised Jim Crow laws for keeping the races separate, a statement that fit perfectly with his worldview. He argued that the fight for social equality in America was a waste of time and that black people would always be marginalized minority. The only logical path then was to leave and build their own nation. Why the F would we leave a country that we built, that's literally built on our people's blood, sweat, tears, and bones? You got the game twisted if you think we would give that up. I don't care who you are. As I said, white Americans came from another country too. You do not have any authority or power on this earth to tell us where to go. But we do. And a time soon will come where your ass will be packing your bags up too. Don't get it twisted. And then you ain't going on no temporary vacation either. All they've done since they've been in this country is to squander it and destroy it. And then they opened the borders to allow people to come in here who hate it, who hate this country and hate what's been done to their countries by people in this country who are so-called leaders. They have done nothing but try to destroy this country. You don't give a F about this country. You just wanted to try to keep it from us. But the game is over. Read the signs. Read the room. Your time of oppression is done. Let's go on. The KKK meeting, however, was the wound that Garvey's movement in America couldn't recover from. It supercharged his opponents, who now had all the ammunition they needed to bring him down. The Garvey Must Go campaign didn't just attack his character, it also urged the federal government to ramp up its investigation into his finances. I think every politician should be investigated. Now, in 2026, the government, especially J. Edgar Hoover's Bureau of Investigation, had been watching Garvey for years, viewing him as a dangerous political threat who needed to be neutralized. They said the Black Panther was the most dangerous group in the world. So, I don't take nothing Hoover said at face value. He was probably scared of his own shadow. Let's go on. They were just waiting for an opening, and Garvey's enemies handed it to them. The Black Star Line, for all its symbolic power, was struggling with mismanagement and costly ship repairs. Using complaints from a few stockholders, federal agents indicted Garvey for mail fraud in 1922, claiming he had advertised stock for a ship the company didn't actually own yet. After a trial, Garvey was convicted in 1923 and sentenced to 5 years in prison. In 1925, he entered the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, the very same city where he had met with the Klan. After he served 2 years, President Calvin Coolidge commuted his sentence, but there was a catch. He was to be immediately deported back to Jamaica. And here we find the final bitter irony of Marcus Garvey's story. The man who told millions of Black Americans to go back to Africa never once set foot on the continent himself. He was exiled from the country that was the heart of his movement, forced to watch the UNIA slowly lose steam from thousands of miles away. He tried to keep his work going from Jamaica and later moved to London in 1935, where he died in relative obscurity in 1940. The Black Moses had led his people to the edge of the river, but he never got to cross over into the promised land he had so vividly described. My personal opinion, God wasn't going to let him do it. Because if you look at some of his pictures, I was looking at some of his pictures online, and prior to me even thinking about doing a video on him, you look at his eyes, the man looked like he had devilish eyes. Like, God, what was going on in your mind? Those eyes did not look right. Like, I wouldn't have trusted him as far as a baby.
All right, we're gonna go on to the next one, but yeah, this was Marcus Garvey's character, man. That was his character, and I think we gotta take it. I think we gotta see him as what we see, and that's Marcus right there. Let's go on to this one. I seen a little bit of this, but let's go.
Online, I watched the video because y'all know, like, ever since we talked about Dr. Umar, my what's that called? My algorithm been Umar'd.
Yeah, because we talked about that movie.
Yeah, we talked about the movie in Cleveland. We got to get her on the show.
I'm sorry. No, should I say my opinion?
That movie was terrible.
Yeah, I ain't like that.
Yeah, like that movie.
I support. Oh man, hope I ain't mess up the mic. But I support everybody in Cleveland. I watch all the Cleveland movies, and now that movie made no sense.
Yeah, but I think she knows that the movie was bad, but she said the movie was bad because he tried to take over the movie.
Yeah.
And he the movie. I watched it and I got done, and I still don't know what the movie was about. Yeah, but it was supposed to be about like his life, Dr. Umar's life, and his life of scam.
Yeah, but what you call it? Shout out comedian with Clinton James. Did you see his impression of him?
Oh, Clinton James. Yeah. Shout out Clinton James. He did an impression of Dr. Umar. Yeah. I just didn't like the fact that he said, Dr. Umar, I fool with him. Like, man, Dr. Umar should just be an entertainer. This is what I think Dr. Umar should do. I think he should be an entertainer.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a Black leader like him. And people would come at me and be like, yeah, you just don't care about Black people. Yes, I do care about Black people, but we're not in a time period where we need a Dr. Umar. We don't need to go back to Africa. We don't need to be big on like this pan-African movement where everybody, because nobody black is like, you go back to Africa, right? And I don't think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to bring like the pan-Africanism here, which is actually okay. But I feel like he is a lot of time with these people, these what should I call them? These people that are like these black revolutionaries. A lot of times they take our trauma and they take our heart and the way that we feel. And
Talk about Dr. Umar.
I'm talking about Dr. Umar, Brother Polite. I'm talking about all like the one that he's in prison now. Like a lot of these people, even Emilio Bishop, Carbonation. Like they see these they see that we have like these desires to want something, right? And they take advantage of it, and they to fatten their pockets.
Yeah.
Look what Brother Polite did, and this is not alleged because he's in prison for it.
Yeah.
He became this black
What's going on, Ray Ray? Salute.
revolutionary, black this, black that, black this. You know what I'm saying? And what did he end up doing? The girl that he was with, he ended up sleeping with her 13-year-old daughter.
Why everything so driven by sex? Can we say sex?
Yeah, you can say or sex.
Like, man, this like
Well, everything, just like we talked about earlier in the show, it's kind of like as long as something tangible that makes you feel good is so accessible, because XCS.
It's like y'all can keep y'all wee-wees in your
And
pants.
I don't think we can say wee. No, I'm just playing. But like money, XCS, and power. Those things, as long as you have, and drugs too. Like the things that things that make people feel outside of themselves and also make them feel good, they latch onto those things. And that's why, but I think that, scammers. So we talking about the Dr. Umar thing. We're talking about scammers.
Okay.
So
where does this lead to?
yeah, because I was going down the rabbit hole.
Okay.
And they said that one of the biggest scammers and one of the first scammers, I was watching a couple of videos, is Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
Which is one of Jamaica's national heroes.
Okay.
And national heroes in Jamaica, they are people that are revered by the country, and they are known for like their movements or whatever have you that they had. Now, Marcus Garvey was pretty much like somebody like Dr. Umar. He was like, yo, black people, it was like in the 1920s, we need revolution.
Yeah.
He was a Pan-African, just like Dr. Umar.
About black liberation.
Black liberation. He had, what was his name? Just like Dr. Umar said, he's the Prince of Pan-Africanism. He gave himself that name. Dr. Umar gave himself that name, but whatchamacallit gave himself a name too.
Cool.
Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
Look it up, because if you can.
What? I got some stuff that's about the.
Okay, it don't matter. But Marcus Garvey gave himself a name. No, the King of Africa.
Facts, Ray Ray. Thank you, Sixers. Next time, make it double.
Okay.
The King of Africa. And he wasn't even allowed in certain parts of Africa because he was a scammer. Okay. And they didn't allow him in certain parts of Africa.
Oh, no.
He was Jamaican, just like me.
Oh, no.
So, he bought these boats or whatever. He had these.
Yo, his own people was just telling on him. He's like, yo, let's get in this nigga out the paint. Yeah, yo, when your own people don't like you, like, yo, this is another. Don't forget Waddy Bolger. His own people don't like him. He fucked up the Irish and Italian friendship that they had, especially with the money and stuff.
Black people, he took advantage of them wanting the equal rights and had them donate all these money. He bought these boats. One of the boats was called the Shady Side. One of the boats was called the Shady Side. And he ended up getting in trouble for mail fraud, just like Dr. Umar we definitely know that Dr. Umar probably gonna get in trouble for fraud because of all the stuff that he got going on with the school. And I don't think it's gonna be mail fraud, because the new mail fraud is different. But now we have wire fraud, because everything he was doing, Dr. Umar was doing, was through like online, like through like PayPal, Cash App, and Zelle, and all that stuff. That's wire fraud. And promising these people, and it's all this money that people were sending him, and there's nothing to show for it, but him buying a school and not paying for anything else. So Marcus Garvey got, after he did 2 years, because he got a 5-year sentence, he
I
was
said
deported
that.
back to Jamaica. And I don't know, something happened in Jamaica. I can't remember too much of the story. You're probably looking at it right now. But he ended up moving to England because it was like Marcus Garvey, they said like, I've seen, you know what I'm saying, that they said that he probably had like a mental issue. I don't know.
Okay.
But he ended up moving to England
and people say that Dr. Umar has some type of
mental issue.
Is that alleged or is
It's alleged.
Okay, everything. Okay,
it's alleged. Just like they're trying to say that he doesn't really have his degrees too, and they say he has a certificate. But I don't know. I don't know. I would have to look it up, and all that's alleged. And they say Dr. Umar, you know, like that's alleged too.
Booger Sugar.
And they, if you, what's the dude name? The dude that covers Dr. Umar. What's his name?
He got somebody to cover him.
That covers all. That talks about him.
The dude he called the hater dude.
Yeah,
yeah.
Not that dude. It's another dude, a dude about his age.
Okay.
That does, and he does a lot of like great videos. He does a lot of good research. Yeah. I can't remember his name. Dang, Marie was just in because she said she used to follow him before he used to talk about Dr. Umar too. But he does like all these videos about Dr. Umar. He talks about he think Dr. Umar is, you know what I'm saying?
He stank.
No,
I know.
Yeah. He talks about that a lot.
The booger sugar.
And then when you watch some of his videos, you be like, dang, like this, like you start seeing some of that stuff. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I looked at it. So while you was doing this, that's why I was looking at my phone, y'all. I was doing research or whatever.
On Marcus Garvey.
And it says, you know, people look at Marcus Garvey as a scammer. And it said, however, the circumstances of his convictions are highly debated and considered politically motivated by historians and supporters. They were saying that, you know, when he got prosecuted, the case was heavily influenced by J. Edgar Hoover, who was the head of the FBI, you know, at the time. So we all know how crooked he was and the FBI was.
But Marcus Garvey used to do business with the KKK too. Did they talk about that?
Nah, I didn't come to that part.
Okay. Yeah,
so he was, so just to skip ahead, he was exonerated in 2025 by President Joe Biden. So he got he said the President Joe Biden pardoned Garvey, acknowledging the unjust nature of his conviction.
That was the time period we were in. So we were in that time period where it was kind of like you have to have all these woke moments.
Now they do say that he had failed ships, one of them being the Shady Side. They said they were plagued with mechanical issues, and even one of the ships sank. They said it was internal corruption, which we see this all the time. You know,
my man said the ship shanked. Oh my God, yo, see, Shabaka ran from this. I'm gonna say this, everybody. Shabaka ran from this conversation. Shabaka should be defending Dr. Umar and Garvey right now. This is his honorable leader right here. The scammer. The honorable scammer. The fuck? And this nigga ran. He's like, yo, I'm not fucking with no Garvey shit today. I told him, I was like, yo, this is a reincarnation version of fucking Marcus Garvey right here. I'm telling you, Dr. Umar is a reincarnation of him. They both scammers. They both mismanage money. They only do half of the shit that they say. Like, they both crazy. Like, come on.
Or trying to do anything, you always have somebody that's in there that, you know, looking out for themselves.
Did he have a team?
Yeah, they said that he was cheated by his own associates. In one instance, one of the captains received kickbacks from the seller of a ship. So they say despite being a financial disaster, the Black Star Line was a powerful symbol of black economic potential.
Oh, there he go. I had to call this nigga's name. Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. Why aren't you defending Marcus Garvey? We're finding all this evidence on this guy. Marcus Garvey was doing work with the KKK, white supremacists. This nigga was pushing integration while most blacks was saying, yo, we need to stay separated from these niggas. We already know how we are when we're not with these people. Now you trying to stick us in with them? No, there's a problem. There's a disconnect. Marcus Garvey only wanted to help white supremacy. Where this is the thing. Where is your evidence right now? What are you gonna tell me that these niggas is wrong? That guy right there with the black, he's Jamaican. He's Jamaican. He's telling you like, yo, this nigga Marcus Garvey was wilding out. This nigga's getting pardoned for being a fucking crook.
Major setback of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So I mean, there's a lot of people, that dispute the scammer situation
And
when it comes.
I didn't say he was totally a scammer.
Yeah,
I said, but the behaviors is potentially scammy.
It's scamish.
Yeah, it's a scamish behavior because you take advantage of people's woes and you get money out of them. You know what I'm saying?
Scam behavior.
You know, he died. He died very poor too, and he died in. You know how he died?
Huh.
He had a stroke, and he was living in England.
Okay.
He had a stroke, and he didn't die, right? But then he picked up the English newspaper, and he was reading about his stroke.
Yeah.
And he saw that they read about him having a stroke, and they wrote him as being deceased.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't. So he read that, and then he had another stroke because I guess he was heartbroken from seeing how people felt about him because he read the stuff that they wrote about him.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel like sometimes people can have.
Shabaka ain't defending no Marcus Garvey.
I feel like I feel like people can have good intentions
honorable
for things or good intentions,
and it turns into something else.
And it turns into something that not saying that I don't want y'all jumping on me.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Was Marcus Garvey a scammer? The things that he was doing is scamish. It's very scamish. Like, niggas wanted him out this fucking country, and the people who were defending Marcus Garvey were the white supremacists. The white supremacists was defending Marcus Garvey. The Ku Klux Klan was defending Marcus Garvey. Marcus Messiah Garvey. This is why I say, yo, the Pan-African movement is a psyop. If this nigga right here is the father of Pan-Africanism, it's a psyop. No, Marcus Garvey had a vision. Yeah, had a vision of of working with the white supremacists. That was his vision. He thought this was gonna be like the Black Maroons again, all over again in America. No, we don't do that shit in America. We don't sell our own people out. What's going on, Dorsey? Yeah, we don't sell our own people out like that. That's crazy. We might have some that do it, but most of us don't do shit like that, Shabaka. We don't sell our own people out like the Maroons did to your people, man. Come on, don't do that.
Because they're going to jump on me anyway for saying that. They're like, hey, you Jamaican, you fake.
You just faking. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you never. Dang, I don't want to talk, but man, Dr. Umar gonna whoop my behind. I would say he more scamish. I'm gonna make that a word. I think he more scamish than.
What is his school called?
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey.
Why you got two names though?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I would say he's more scamish.
But the thing about it is, sometimes your intention, the road to hell was paved with good intention, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes your intention starts out pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And then that you do realize, I do think that Marcus Garvey and I do think that Dr. Umar, they saw these different things as far as the injustice for Black people. They saw these things, and they're very good.
Dr. Umar is a reincarnated version of fucking Marcus Garvey. They both are scammers. They both lied to Black Americans. They both put Black Americans in a very bad situation for their own good. Marcus Garvey scammed niggas for boats, off of boats. This nigga Dr. Umar scamming this nigga off of little black schools. That's a reincarnated version of that nigga. Like, come on, let's not lie. Let's not. That nigga's a scammer. Both of them are scammers. Then he dressing like fucking Napoleon. Like he's, yo, what are we fucking talking about? What the fuck you talking about, Black King? and, and Shabaka. Like, yo, that nigga is a scammer. I'ma say they both scammers. They scam niggas off of millions of dollars. That's why Black Americans wanted this nigga out the country. This nigga was talking about, yo, we need to be working with the KKK. This nigga had secret meetings with the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, he's a go grifting. Like, this is crazy. Put it this way. If you really put both their resumes up together, you would think they are the same person or these niggas is twins. Them niggas are scammers. That's crazy.
But speakers. So they become passionate about it. I do feel like they're very articulate, and I do feel like they are mesmerizing people. That they're charmers. They know how to bring you in with their words.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? God. And then another thing that goes on top of it, just like you were saying the XES thing that goes on top of it. And we were talking about different things that become
this
like
the good shit
that gives us this feeling of power.
Yeah.
They see that they get clout because of this.
Yeah,
don't think
true.
that 1920 people weren't driven off clout. Because I'm sure that when Marcus Garvey saw that people were driven by what he was saying, that made him feel like, dang, all I got to do is say this and I can pull people in. Just like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar be online arguing with people, talk about how different, he all about the sisters, but he talk about how different women cuckoo smell and all that stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
And if you watch the interview with the lady that did the movie in Cleveland, and how she talk about Dr.
Yeah, it's clout. It's clout, and then it's kind of like there are people that don't know how to control it. Because if you look at Dr. Umar, he probably was nobody in high school that was just like Lady Charmer or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He was all about his books. He was all about his education. He was all about like from when his nephew. You got to watch his nephew's interview. Mm-hmm. He was all about smarts. Yeah. But then when you add all this different stuff, and sometimes this is all alleged because I don't know what these people. When people start taking drugs, it turned them into a whole different person. When I started taking drugs and I started drinking and stuff, I was no longer nice Terrence. It brings out all these bad sides. And I said that's alleged. I don't know if this dude's taking drugs, but I'm saying that's all alleged. But it brings out all these bad sides to you.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I think people can have good intentions. You have people sabotage you, and then you could,
That nigga Marcus Garvey was a sex freak. That nigga was fucking his wife and her fucking roommate. That nigga was a freak. I don't want to hear nothing about no motherfucking consciousness. All I know, this nigga was out here freaking different bitches. We ain't gonna act like that. If we want to talk about this moral high road. Let's talk about it. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who's out here doing all this sex freaky shit. And we already know about Dr. Umar. Bitches be pulling up on that nigga. So that nigga was a freak, nigga. Big old freak.
Even have those good intentions, and it could turn into something else. Like you said, like clout. You got power, and you like, oh, well, since I can do this, I can do this as well, or whatever. I'm just going. I have to do more research on the Marcus Garvey situation, but I feel like he
probably. I mean, I feel in his heart it was all about black liberation and everything like that. You know, trying to.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying I gotta do more.
I do feel that it's about black liberation, but when you start to see the type of, and I know people gonna be like, I sound like a coon. You know what I'm saying? But when you realize the power that you have behind that black liberation and how you can control people, that's why. And then if you ever notice these people like them, they don't have like big teams.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that because you can look at it nowadays
because it's clout. It's all about clout.
You can look at pastors.
Because if you think about it, Malcolm X, I have nothing bad to say about Malcolm X. I've done enough research on Malcolm X. Nothing bad. And then Louis Farrakhan. The FBI. Nothing bad to say about Louis. I'm a Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying?
I know Malcolm X. I know even the FBI was like,
Martin Luther King. No, he cheated on his wife. I mean, that's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not saying it's nothing, but what I'm saying is it didn't mean that he didn't want what's best for black people. You know what I'm saying?
Good one, Dorsey.
What's her name? Sojourner Truth. What's her name? Harriet Tubman. What's her name?
Yeah, well, those are different times though. I mean,
they're right after. They're right after.
But I think like with Harriet Tubman and all that stuff, it wasn't about money.
Well, right before
it was about money. It was about freedom. You know
it was about freedom, and then that's what I'm saying too.
This nigga Dorsey out here pulling Marcus Garvey's out here, huh? Okay. Yo, Dorsey's opponent of Marcus Garvey, my nigga. That nigga's crazy.
All right, so would anybody argue with me that we don't need a Dr. Umar in 2025 because the time period calls for what the time period calls for?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Because honestly, I know because even we did, ain't nobody gonna listen to him anyway.
Because we do need black liberators, right? We do need people speaking about black liberation. I think Mark Lamont Hill is a great. He's a great speaker, and I feel like he's a really smart guy, and I feel like I can listen to him. I feel like we need a Mark.
See, I'm about to start something like I'm tap dancing because I mean I feel what you said, but even we had it, people not gonna listen to him anyway.
But there are okay. So I feel like this is what I feel like about somebody like Dr. Umar. That's so like radical and so in your face. I feel like he used scare tactics to actually try to get you to agree with certain things that he do. I feel like he all that bullying, he tried to bully you into feeling a certain way. That's garbage to me. That's nonsense. Just like we were talking about how times change and how different times call for different ways that you measure and you deal with mental health. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody need nobody yelling at them, telling them they not that good. They not. You know what I'm saying? We need more inspiring people. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we don't. You have somebody trying to scare me into giving money to a school. Yeah. That's only gonna serve probably like if it served like 400 people in a different city than where I live. You know what I'm saying? I just think that I think it's a scam.
Yes, especially nowadays when you can do everything almost everything online.
Yeah, and I feel like for it to go on since 2010. You know what I'm saying? Because people say, no, 2014. People say, 2000. No, he started the idea in 2010. He started collecting money in 2014. We're at 2026 and this school's still not open. Man, that's bull crap. That's scamming.
That's a lot of years.
That's a lot of years. What were you doing in 2010?
I was 30.
2010, I was thin.
Yeah. LeBron started and finished the school by then.
Yeah, it was kind of 2010. Like this dude, it's been a whole different time period.
Yeah, so
yeah. I'm
about to do some more research on Marcus Garvey though.
And I'm not saying Marcus Garvey is a scammer. I'm just saying this is the information I came across.
I'm saying he's a scammer. Marcus Garvey's a fucking scammer. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
I was reading. I'm not saying this is all.
Don't take our y'all do y'all own research.
It just made me look and start thinking about like a lot of radical speakers and a lot of like black motivational speakers. They are very charismatic and they have like a a way that you can to make you feel something different. But I feel like a lot of it be like bullying, and like a lot of the bullying comes down to
He
scamming.
said it's a
Yeah,
freaky
so
state.
you gonna get people in the comments like, man, you tap dancing. What about the
Yeah,
white? What about the white?
yeah, that's nonsense to me because a lot of people that speak like that are not rational thinkers, and they don't know how to think anything
Mhm.
outside of just black and white. They just don't know how to think anything further than just that.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're the ones tap dancing. They're the ones that's do because because I feel like I'm a pretty liberal person,
Yeah.
and I feel like I understand the plight of black people. But I think that I'm not gonna believe everything and fall for stuff.
I don't know. I don't think a lot of black men liberal anyway.
Huh?
I don't think a lot of black men liberal anyway.
A lot of black men are liberal.
Yeah, they seem like
Conservative? You
more
think?
conservative
I
because a lot of them trying to be accepted by.
I think that what a lot of dumb I mean not dumb, why would I say dumb? I feel like what a lot of black dudes are trying to do is they're trying to feel like white men.
Yeah.
They and just like white men want to be at the top, they want to
Who's
be at the
Carol
top
Roman?
too. And
Oh,
then a
yeah.
lot of times what that puts in their mind is not that they want everybody
Right.
equal. They
Yeah.
just want to be on the top,
He
just
said it
like
hurt.
white men.
And you know why?
And they want everybody to be below them.
And you know why I say that? Is like every time, even like when you get online and you see it, when you see two people going back and forth, what's the first thing they say? They start talking about how much money they have, how much more money they have than the person.
Yeah, because
It always resorts like they don't even know what the other person do or whatever. It's always I have never. There must not be any type of poverty in the United States because every time I see like a back and forth online or even in person, it's always everybody always either own their own business or they have so much money or they do this or they make so much or whatever. So poverty don't exist.
like their ethical idea is based on financial gain and money and nothing to do.
That shit is true, man. Let's go on to this one. Yeah, man. We're gonna listen to we're gonna listen to Marcus Garvey. We already found out how similar Marcus Garvey and Dr. Umar is. They're very similar. Now let's see how let's watch. We'll watch
He
half
was
of this.
determined that the black man would not continue to be
and to feel born out of the for they were together.
Race and what was
Go on, friends, to keep spreading our eye-opening black narrative, and kindly subscribe to Stay New Cry, Vision, and in the Star Line in June 1919 to operate a worldwide network of
I think we've seen that one. Should we do a Dr. Umar or do we do a Marcus Garvey? We're gonna do a Dr. Umar.
Took out a notice to auction off the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy campus for unpaid vacant property registration fees. I repeat, on August the 5th, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a lien to auction off the campus we bought, the campus we've been working on for 6.5 years. I was not notified of this. We were not notified of this. This past weekend, without an email, this past weekend, without a letter in the mail, this past weekend, without a phone call, the city of Wilmington put a notice on the door handle of both of our schools, informing me that if we don't pay the past due vacant property registration fees and outstanding utilities by the 25th of Black August, they will sell our campus. Brothers and sisters, can I ask you a question? Why were we not notified that they were going to try to sell our campus? Brothers and sisters, why are they trying to sell our campus at the very moment that our accounts are frozen?
All right, welcome, everybody. Respect the law. Glad to have you guys tuning in. Oh, well, there it is. I don't know why my thing went mute. What's up? I'm here. What's going on, guys? I'm here. Welcome to the Tap In. Much respect to you guys. I hope you guys are up and at it and ready to chop up great game. I would like everybody to give me a nice retweet. Let's see some FBA thumbs in the air. Let's see some non-FBA hands in the air. Let's see those thumbs and hands. And let's get some retweets. Let everybody know that we are indeed live in the building, ready to chop it up. Now, before I get started, real quick, I got to shout some of the regulars out real quick. It ain't going to take long. I just got to say a little something to Brother Ani Asaru, Sister Rhonda, Brother Marak, Big Rich, the guy to the left. Shortly, while people are piling in. And the first thing I want to discuss, family, Umar Johnson. We got to discuss Dr. Umar Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. The Prince of Pan Pizza, as I call him. And I'm not here to roast him. I'm not gonna roast like I used to do back in the day. I used to roast very hard on Umar. I used to call him the Prince of Pot Pies, the
Prince of Pork and Beans.
the Prince of Pepper Steaks, the Prince of Peach Cobbler. I'm not going to do that. I've been trying not to do that. I've been trying to take the high road. And I'm not going to dog pile on him because he's going through a lot. Brother Umar is going through a lot, and it's kind of sad. But I got to address what's going on with the FDMG Academy. That school that he's been talking about building, it's been having trouble for a couple of decades, damn near. When I had a beef with Umar almost a decade ago, I told people the school was never going to open. I told people. I wasn't being mean-spirited, but I told people then this school was never going to open, and it's been teetering along, and he's been fundraising for it, and the open dates kept getting pushed back, and it's been a mess. And then Umar's going through things with these women he's dealing with these strange women, these older women, and they're calling him out, and God damn. Then his daughter, his children are coming out saying disparaging things about him, and it's a mess, man. God, it's a mess. So now the school, man, there's some kind of financial liability going on with the school. Some paperwork popped up that the school is going to be auctioned, and then Umar, he this a few weeks ago, he was on.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat, and also subscribe so you can be in the live chat, because you can't be in the live chat if you're not a subscriber. And also donate to the GoFundMe, Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's great portrayal. So definitely throw some dollars on that, so we could get this shit popping, and this movie can be how y'all want it to be. So definitely support the show and the channel. So and Cash App too. I be forgetting about Cash App, because sometimes that shit is a little bit easier for y'all. So give me a second. Let's see there. So definitely support the GoFundMe and the Cash App. I just send the Cash App through I do the Cash App through no, I do the GoFundMe. So if you send me a Cash App, I just put it in the GoFundMe. So definitely either way, what's easier for you, I'm just gonna send the money to the GoFundMe.
Line talking about all of my bank accounts are frozen. I have no money. It's a mess, man. All of his bank accounts are frozen. He needed some PayPal money. It's bad. So now the FDMG Academy in Wilmington, Delaware, it has allegedly 2 court judgments, and there's like some money, like $76,000 that are unpaid, some kind of back payments and possible taxes. And now there's an alleged pending sheriff sale. So now with these judgments in place, the sheriff's office, from what I'm understanding, this is from what it could be even more deeper than this, but from what I gather, the sheriff's office could move forward by seizing the property and auctioning it off. So it looks like that's what they're going to do, allegedly. So they're talking about possibly later this month to recover the amount owed. So, Umar's made a video talking about it, and he's losing the school, and a lot of people are like, oh, damn. So, listen. Again, like I said, a decade ago, I said this school it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And a lot of people are looking at this as the nail in the coffin for pan-Africanism. Umar says he's the prince of pan-Africanism. And as we see, pan-Africanism is, it's been hanging by a thread, the whole ideology of it. And there's a symbolism here, the symbolic collapse of the school and pan-Africanism. This is what it is. The school was not just a personal mission. It presented itself as like a pan-African institution. Named with Marcus Garvey and Frederick Douglass. And what's interesting, Frederick Douglass was not a pan-Africanist, by the way. Frederick Douglass, he stood on lineage business here. And, for a long time, Umar was saying that he was a descendant of, Frederick Douglass. And then the Frederick Douglass family came out and said, no, that's not true. But that's another thing. Again, I'm not here to do a gotcha on the brother. I'm not trying to dogpile on him. I know a lot of people are kind of dogpiling on him. I don't want to go that route. I'm not trying to go there. But, this was presented as it was going to be a pan-African institution meant to unify diasporic children and Afrocentric educators and all this stuff. And its failure after damn near what, 2 decades, almost 2 decades of promises, it's being viewed as a symbolic collapse of pan-African idealism without execution. This is the reality. Pan-Africanism, it has really no tangible track record in America. Despite decades of rhetoric, and we've been talking about this lately, Pan-Africanism has produced very few institutions, schools, sustained infrastructure for Black Americans. It just hasn't. And this whole diasporic romanticism, it's being overshadowed by domestic realities. I'll say that. Now, Pan-Africanism, it kind of romanticizes these connections with Africa without really addressing the concrete daily struggles of what we got going on here. So that feel-good Pan-African idealism, that's dead. Ain't nobody going for that no more. It's time for tangibles. You want to get things done.
Facts.
Nobody's doing the looking to Wakanda thing no more. It's just not there. Pan-Africanism is losing its cultural relevance, especially with the younger generation. A lot of young Black Americans are just disinterested in an unreciprocal diasporic alliance. People are now choosing lineage-based and practical movements. This is why the foundational Black American Renaissance is in full swing right.
From Dorsey.
What's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, what's going on, Bronze?
Nothing, chilling. What's going on?
Hey, man, I can't let you dog Marcus Garvey out like that, man.
What do you mean?
I gotta give bro a little bit of credit, nigga. He was just over his head, Bronze. That nigga didn't know nothing about liability insurance, structural inspections and shit, because he brought 2 fucked up ass boats from the white boys, trusting them, right?
Well, he learned that day because he went right back. He did 2 years in jail and went right back to Jamaica. So he learned that day.
Well, he didn't want to let go of that vision, baby.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? I told you how. Hey, look. I told you how my ancestors came up. You know, give a nigga a rowboat, he want to be a cowboy, right?
Yeah. So hold on. So
you gave Marcus Garvey two fucked up ass but freighters, because they was freighters,
he
right?
probably got it from the Irish too.
And he thought he was a shipping magnate. Yeah, he ain't know nothing about motherfucking boilers and all that shit required.
Yo, he probably got that shit from like the Irish or the Gypsies or something. He had to get it from one of them niggas. So, oh,
you know, he probably went to a shipyard, right? And found two ships that was meant to be scrapped for the metal, right?
Jesus Christ.
And he thought he could do a fixer-upper. You see where I'm coming from? So what he did, he sold niggas on a dream, and, you know, they found out about his ass, and they weren't too happy.
So let me ask you a question. Is Marcus Garvey is Dr. Umar the reincarnation of of Marcus Garvey? They both scammers, so we can't act like they're not scammers.
I don't know, man, because I think Umar is worse.
What do you mean? You gotta understand too. This is two different generations. If Marcus Garvey was in this generation, this nigga will be a sex freak too. So
right, but check this out. Okay, Marcus Garvey didn't have the same technology like social media and all that shit that Dr. Umar had, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if he had been able to say the same shit. Yeah, he still would have, you know, scammed niggas, but he still would have made it seem like it was just a plausible endeavor, right?
I'll say this: the only difference that would happen is instead of them 5 years that he's doing 25. He'll be doing 25 years.
So I know people ain't gonna hear this, ain't gonna like what they hear. But ain't Ice Cube do the same shit with that bullshit ass basketball shit?
It's still going on, and people still making money.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, eventually, it's gonna die off. You see where I'm coming from?
I don't know.
Because I don't hear no niggas in LA saying we running to see the basketball.
Because it's still a small business, so it's getting.
I mean, if y'all gonna give Ice Cube that type of leniency and shit.
Let me ask you a question: is Ice Cube doing business with the Ku Klux Klan?
He did. He did. Yeah, because he went and fucking kicked it with Trump.
He's not a Ku Klux
Klan.
So
that's a hand. That's the grand wizard right there.
Nah, I'll say this: Donald Trump, he just cares about money. He don't give a fuck about. He don't even give a fuck about these white people. You got these white people.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I say he can't be a Ku Klux Klan, because he's turning on his own people.
Hey, check this out. When the Ku Klux Klan rode on those, what they call them, nigger lovers, right? Any white people that did fair business with black folks, right, was considered nigger lovers. So if I allowed a black man to walk through the front door of my store rather than making him come through the back, you see where I'm coming from? So you got to understand, the KKK is a grift too.
A grift? When has it been ever grift? They never, hold up. They never fucked with black people. No.
White folks grift. You see where I'm coming from?
Nah, I'm not getting it.
Because in the night, look, you got to do the research of the 1920s when they had hundreds and thousands of motherfucking members. Okay, so one event happened that threw all that shit out the window. Well, no, two events. And think of the time period, because, you know, they had built their shit up 1920s into the 30s. And what happened in the late 20s into the early 30s that made motherfucking America wake the fuck up?
War?
The Depression and the war.
But the thing about
The
it, but
Depression,
the thing about it, black people were doing good in the Great Depression. So it's
exactly, because we couldn't do no bank. So who you think the white folks turned to eat?
they always turn to
And niggas,
us.
exactly. Look, Bronze, my grandfather and grandmother had their own general store. Woo, 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 woo.
Hmm.
Them white folks was begging my grandfather to buy shit from them to keep them in business. They used to call him Gene, right? Gene, come on over here. I'm gonna give you the best beef possible for the cheapest price. If I don't, it's just gonna go to rot because nobody can afford it, Gene.
Yeah, but
You see where I'm coming from?
you got to understand too. This is difference between what Marcus Garvey was doing and what's his name, Ice Cube is doing. Ice Cube, because don't forget, a lot of us been doing business with the Democrats, and the Democrats. One thing about the Democrats, it's easy. They'll jump out the window just to demonize us. So niggas got tired of that, and they was like, "Yo, let's see how this yellow brick road was." It
Okay.
was all about business. But with these people, they needed help. And remember what I always say? I say, yo, these white supremacists always come to black people for help. That's one thing that
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm
good.
saying.
But that's different when like, yo, being a alliance with them, like what Marcus Garvey was doing. Marcus Garvey was trying to send all black people back on these raggedy ass boats, and these white people were saying yes. And you know what this? Hold
Exactly.
on. I'm not even done yet. I'm a fuck the game up when I say this. Black people were so against that, but guess who defended Marcus Garvey? Who defended Marcus Garvey? Dorsey.
Oh, what's his name?
No, the whites of Ku Klux Klan defended Marcus Garvey.
Oh, the Ku Klux Klan. That's what you was
The
talking
Ku
about.
Klux Klan defended Marcus Garvey. We found that shit out today. The Ku Klux Klan defended him. Was sending us death threats. This is why they said Garvey gotta go. Garvey is a grifter. He's a scammer. This nigga is bad for fucking business. There's no ifs and buts about it. He's bad. Let me ask you a question. Would you ever would you ever go in business with Marcus Garvey, Dorsey?
Knowing what I know, knowing what I know, a naive investor. Which one?
Yes. Would you go in business with him? Know what you know. Would you go into business with Marcus Garvey?
Hell no. Knowing what I know, shit, I could have said I never would have got married 5 times if I knew what the fuck I knew.
That's what I'm talking about, Dorsey. This nigga is bad for
But
business. This is hold on, hold
look.
on. Okay, let me ask you one more question. I'm sorry, one more question. Since you know that, would you go into business with Dr. Umar?
Fuck no.
Why? Is it
because I can see through his shit a galaxy away? Shit, you can see his bullshit a galaxy. Only people who believed in that shit was women.
So are both of
and
them
they badass kids?
So now I'm gonna ask you the question: what's the difference between both of them being bad at business?
Okay, this is what Garvey proposed to his naive investors.
What was it?
If I start this freighter business, we can trade with Africa and get the goods coming straight to our markets, right? But what he didn't understand trade treaties. He didn't understand shipping routes. He didn't understand port fees. See, it's more the shit than people let on. You just can't pull your shit up into any port and just start loading shit on. You got to pay motherfuckers. That's why they got what's called a dock master.
I'm gonna say this, but he never been to Africa, so how does he know?
Well, he sold niggas a dream.
This is what I just said. I said, yo, it just doesn't make sense. They both suck. What's his name? This nigga been to Africa. That's the only thing that's difference between Marcus Garvey and Dr. Umar is Dr. Umar been to Africa. That's it.
Exactly. So Bronze, look at it this way. Radio was king. There were no black stations to inform each other about it, about what was going on in the nation, right? Mm-hmm. So here comes a Jamaican peasant with delusions of grandeur. Because what motherfuckers go out there trying to dress like a vice admiral and shit?
That nigga look like Napoleon. That's what.
No, that nigga look like Captain Bligh, nigga.
Yeah, my nigga look
with
like
that hat. You see where I'm coming from? So because he was such a he was, you could call him like a little black Napoleon if you want to call it like that. You know, he was kooky. But at the time, people was like, we're willing to experiment. In other words, we'll try, because you got to remember W.E.B. Du Bois was over there talking shit too now.
Yeah, ain't they both
they in the same time area. Now Booker T. Washington was telling motherfuckers, man, don't go for that bullshit. Booker T. Washington was the one who kept it real.
Yeah.
He said, we need to do business with ourselves and invest in trade schools and make sure that our infrastructure is solid. W.D. Du Bois was talking about, oh, we can work with the white man in conjunction with the Communist Party. You see, W.D. Bois wanted to be accepted by the white man as an equal on an intellectual level, right?
Okay.
So when Garvey was talking about, hey, let's start our shit, you know, Du Bois was like, he didn't go against it. He didn't really put too much for it. He just said, I'm not going to talk bad about another black man. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Plus, he was hoping that Garvey did succeed, because then he could use that as a platform to launch global communism.
He's still a scammer.
Yeah, the shit. I mean, when I did the study, you know, I had to do the research, and you can tell me thank you later on, Black King. I know your dad appreciate what I did for him. Anyway.
What, his white dad?
So, Black King. Yeah, Black King was talking shit, talking about I didn't go to school. You know, I couldn't be a teacher, and I said I taught his mom how to suck balls. That's how she hooked his dad, right? Yeah. So, you know, we was just trying to keep that on the down low. But anyway, Black King, no, it's no here or there. But anyway, what I'm saying is, look, people, and we got to look at that man came up, broke his hair, stopped. You know, and Garvey thought that maybe, just maybe, this was the lick, because he came to America and saw the prosperity that black people was having. So he said, I got to come up with something new. And since he ain't know nothing but the water, because remember, he came from an island. So boats was the only thing, the only way you can get away from Jamaica was on a boat. Remember, because planes wasn't really, you know, that popular, and, you know, black folks couldn't really afford to be on no airplane to get a plane ticket, right?
Hold on one second. Black Snow Bunny King. I'm not pro Trump. I'm pro Black American. Whoever does anything for Black Americans, that's all I care. I don't give a fuck about who the person is. You know, I'm just gonna be personally honest. You got to pay for my vote. I'm not voting blue no matter who. I'm not that type of nigga. I'm that wrong type of nigga. Go on.
Okay, so when Garvey came to America, he saw all the prosperity. In comparison to Jamaica,
yep.
Come on, man. When he seen even Miami, he was like impressed. Even when he went to New York, he was impressed. Once he started seeing it, then he was like, well, damn, I need to. And at that time, you know, he thought that if he dressed to impress, he could get people to understand. And like Dr. Umar, he started misappropriation of funds, and that's how the feds got his ass.
Oh, not yet, but they're going to get him. They're going to get him.
Oh, you talking about Dr. Umar? Yeah. No, I'm talking about Marcus Garvey. That's how they got his ass.
Oh. Bootlegging Garvey?
Because he didn't know nothing about,
Bootlegging Garvey.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey didn't know nothing about, he didn't know nothing about taxation.
He learned that day, man, when he was in jail for 2 years, and it was them white supremacists was probably fucking his wife. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
Don't forget. They said they were consoling, consoling her and stuff, making sure she's all right. So yeah, they were probably like, yo, I throw you a
Sliding
few,
in there.
yeah, I throw you a few bones, and let me get some of that Jamaican coochie. Yeah.
Hey, you know what the KKK used to call themselves, right?
What?
The Midnight Riders.
Oh yeah.
So they came in there at midnight, rode his wife,
Mm-hmm.
and rolled back out.
For 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not here to defend the man. I'm just letting you know, hey, this was who the man was.
A scammer. I
And
still think he's a scammer. That's who I think that man was.
I,
Fucking scammer.
I think he stretched. Yeah, I think he did stretch the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's like that. What was that kid who's the billionaire, and then they caught up with his ass, and they slammed him with 60 years.
The nerdy dude who took the Wu-Tang album. That dude. Who was who?
The other one.
Because he was
The
pimping
one who came up with the remember they had this little thing, the something pen. It was like an insulin pen or some shit.
Yeah, that's the dude. He bought the Wu-Tang album for a few million. And they
Oh,
that's
okay,
him.
okay.
Yeah, that dude, his name was like Skrilla or some shit like that.
Right. Okay, that's the one.
And the reason why he went to jail was he threatened Hillary Clinton, talk about he was gonna threaten to cut her hair off or some shit like that. That dude.
Damn, this was a young cat. I don't think he was
that's
that crazy, was he?
Yeah, white people are crazy.
Oh, that nigga went crazy. Okay, no wonder he got popped. Okay, well, you can't be talking shit.
Yeah, and it was a political figure too, man. You can't be doing that shit.
Hey, it's funny how white folks up here in America talking about there's no kings, right? But then you have people who refer to themselves as squire and all them other titles that the motherfuckers accolades that they give to each other and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, the peasants came up and then they started assuming the roles of the nobility.
Yep.
Remember, that's why they keep on saying, "Well, no kings, no kings." But you guys established kings with motherfucking Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
And had she not fucked up and that wasn't incompetent as she was, she might have been the first white queen.
Mm-hmm. She was bad anyway. I don't think she would have been picked anyways. And the reason why, she just had a bad track record. She
had a bad track record with black people.
Yeah, so she would have never won.
We didn't
regardless.
like her ass.
Yeah, she would have never won regardless. Don't forget that Hillary and Donald Trump election was probably they probably got the smallest outcome of votes that year. I mean, in history. Don't forget. That was
because you got to understand, white women are jealous of other women, so they not gonna support no motherfucking chick.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck if it was Oprah running for president.
Yeah.
Women don't support women. And men, we base our decisions on substance.
Yeah.
What has this motherfucker done?
It's just black people wasn't gonna vote for her too, because you know what? Black women were getting at her because of that shit too. Talk about calling black people super predators and shit like that.
Yeah. Black Lives Matters was in her ass about that.
Yeah, so that's why I say, a lot of people didn't vote that day because of that shit. She fucked her own self up, and plus them emails with the Gaddafi emails, and that's what the conspiracy niggas talk about. Her and her husband killed Gaddafi because they were trying to make their own currency, like this nigga was a Bikini Faso nigga trying to do. Yeah, but and that's why I've been telling niggas. I was like, niggas been trying to do that shit for years. It's just y'all niggas don't be trying to support this, man. Y'all didn't try to support
Okay,
it.
I got a question.
What's up?
I got a question for you.
What's up?
Had Marcus Garvey had came in like maybe 15 years later under the Roosevelt administration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would he accede it, because then the war was about to break out, so shipping was increasing because of the Lend-Lease Law Act, whereas the United States was sending aid over to England, right? Meaning that he could have got contracts through the government legally, because they chopped his head off right around what, the early 30s.
Yeah.
So had he been around, his little shipping company might have grew into something productive through government contracts. But you got to remember, at the time he was coming through, and see, that what kind of trips me out, because remember,
He would have
Woodrow
been
Wilson was a motherfucker.
He would have been in jail. Garvey would have been in jail. No ends or buts about it. He just would have been in jail. Garvey wasn't a smart person. The shit that he was doing, especially in those times, in the 30s and 40s, that nigga would have got himself killed fucking around with the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, I can see that part.
That's why I say, yeah, that shit would have never worked. Garvey would have been in jail longer, or he would have been killed. Ain't nobody talk about like, yeah, let's go do business with the Ku Klux Klan. And these motherfuckers out here talking about, yeah, motherfuckers is nigger lovers and all this other shit. Like, it's Garvey is just like every typical immigrant that comes to this country now. And I'm gonna be personal.
But let me ask you something.
Go on.
What two main regions of the country was he fucking with? Meaning New York City and Miami, right?
Was it? I thought Georgia, but it could have been Miami. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to understand port cities. Now he might have been going throughout the South raising money, but his actual ships had to be docked in a port city, either New York, which is the greatest motherfucking port in the world, and Miami, which is the second greatest port on the East Coast.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a what if. That's a Marvel comic shit. What if?
So
you know
at
what I'm saying?
the end of the day, especially in New York, at them times he would have never last. It's just New York is. I always tell people all the time, New York, California, these Atlanta places is different. The reason in California, y'all are just loyal. Most of y'all, I'm gonna say most of y'all are loyal to money. If money and power is gonna get you a seat at the table, you're gonna sell your people. Some of those people be selling their people out until they get into situations. Go on.
Bronze. As I explained to you us about California, we don't give a fuck about the money. We give a fuck about the land.
Shit, that's some bullshit. The shit that I've been seeing y'all niggas been doing lately, man, it's crazy. I
niggas wilding?
I got to give pushback on California. I used to think the way you
okay, update me. Go ahead.
From Viral Way to Whack to all these type of these Mexican niggas, y'all are just loyal to views, money, and fucking power. That's it. That's it. That's all. And I'm telling the truth. And shout out to all of y'all. Hold on. And shout out to all of y'all niggas. But at the end of the day, y'all not loyal to that game. The game that y'all loyal to.
Can I tell you something?
Go on.
I met a nigga from Pacoima, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he about that life, right?
Mm-hmm.
He say, man, Wack embarrassed the whole city of Pacoima.
Yeah.
He say the shit he do, motherfuckers don't associate Wack with their neighborhood.
Yeah, but it's not only Wack doing it though. That's the crazy part.
Well, I understand that, but them niggas that what is it, no jumper or whatever the fuck it is.
Yes, a lot.
Come on now. Hey, check this out. What some shiesty niggas do? You can't say the whole black community, because Pasadena niggas don't do the same shit.
Oh no, I put that on the whole California. I put that on California. Like I've been seeing it a lot that y'all been doing, especially with what's his name? Hold on, even with your boys, 19 Keys from Oakland. I'm gonna say this: the only person who's been standing 10 toes down, and I'm gonna say for the last 10 years, is probably Marquette. least he had
Hey man,
hold
check
up.
this
He
out.
had loyalty. He had loyalty to Myron Gaines, until Myron Gaines did that sucker shit, and he's like, "Yo, it's fair game now." So
Okay, so on that note, I also know somebody who dealt with Tariq personally.
mhm.
Okay, he say now Tariq is about that money.
Yeah,
He say if a nigga ain't trying to work, then a nigga ain't about shit.
yeah, because it's about work. If we're hold on, if I got a business relationship with you, we're supposed to be doing business, nothing more, nothing less. If
Right,
it's another
but
friendship
for
relationship like Tariq Nasheed, he did a lot of interviews for a lot of people for free. That he could have been like, "Yo, my deposit is 50 stacks easily," and he didn't charge
right,
nobody.
but look what I'm saying. So do you lump Tariq in the same category as Wack?
Mm-mm. Cause whack, cause well,
Okay,
cause
so
hold on,
say half
hold
the
up.
niggas
Can
in
I get hold up?
California.
Can I answer the question? The
Yeah,
re-
go ahead.
the reason is because Tariq Nasheed just doesn't do interviews with just anybody. If you're just disrespecting the culture and disrespecting black people, we can have a conversation about it, and it could go left either way, or B, nigga, I could just talk about you on the Tariq radio. Either or.
Okay, so understand this. You know what the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and Wack have in common?
No, I don't know. I was about to say they're immigrants, but Whack is from Mississippi.
Check this out. Them being half Latinos.
Whack is half Latino?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
You can see it. Look at that. Look, hold on. Look at his skin. Them motherfucking crater marks in his skin like ringworm.
You
Look at
said
his skin.
you're serious.
I'm serious as fuck.
Yo, I did not know that. I thought he was from
He's from
Mississippi.
Pacoima. My girl knows Pacoima.
And I'm not even a gangbanger.
It's a bunch of Afro Latinos in Pacoima.
Yo, that's
But they're
crazy.
not Afro Latinos because they're American, right?
So they're called like what? What they call them? Fuck. What they call the American Latinos? There's a word that they call American Latinos.
Okay, remember them zoot suit motherfuckers?
Yeah.
They had kids.
Jesus Christ. It's not
Why
Chicanos.
you think?
Is it
I mean,
Chicanos?
look at it, Frankie. Look La Bamba, all that other shit.
Yeah.
The influence of rock and roll, jazz, blues on out here in California. So then because we don't listen to their shit. Now let's keep it real. You don't see us going around playing that shit.
Yeah, I do. I be hearing you play lefty gunplay, Dorsey. Don't do that.
But they play our shit.
I was
From
fucking.
country,
I
blues,
was messing with you,
whatever the
Dorsey.
fuck it come, they listen to our shit.
Dorsey, I was messing with you.
Oh, I was all right, man. Because hey, check this out. I don't want niggas thinking that niggas from LA is mercenaries
Yeah,
and shit.
like yo, Dorsey out here playing that Latino. Yeah. Hey,
Hey,
Miss
all
Ramirez.
I'm saying is,
Hey, Miss Ramirez.
look,
What's up?
remember a lot of niggas who moved to California come from out of state now.
Yeah, they do. They come from like the South area, like Mississippi,
Right. So
Louisiana, and
so me included. Now understand, me included. I came to motherfucking California to sell out.
oh,
Is that Braun?
yeah. I had Miss Ramirez.
Hey, yeah, that's Ron.
Oh, tell me.
She said hi. Look, I'm being honest with you. In the beginning of the 80s, man, shit, wasn't no jobs in Mississippi, Louisiana, and shit for no college graduates. My goddamn English teacher used to sell motherfucking shoes at J.C. Penney's. A school teacher. And when that nigga bowed down to put shoes on my feet, I said, hell no. Here's this man with a master's degree as a school teacher, and he having to make ends meet by selling shoes, doing some Al Bundy shit.
So was I right? They are loyal to money, power, and Hawaii. Oh, Honolulu. That's
Hey, I know niggas on the other side of the country is not finna talk shit. Now we can throw Diddy in the motherfucker every motherfucking time now, baby.
Diddy's
Now we had Suge Knight, remember?
Diddy,
Suge Knight was the
Diddy's half Puerto
opposite of
Rican.
Diddy.
Diddy's half Puerto Rican.
Okay, so there you go, that's tether contamination right there, right?
Remember when him and Diego got into it? Him and Diego back in the days got into it, and Diego made a
Yeah.
and
But see, that's what I'm saying.
the
So whack is
reason
the same thing, bro.
I thought,
Blueface,
but I thought he was black.
same thing, bro.
Yeah, but I was thinking most of these people are black, but I didn't know. I thought the nigga was from Louisiana or Mississippi.
They're still black. You can't get no black. You can't get no blacker than Mississippi.
That's why I said, where did where was he, like Puerto Rican? Whack is like Puerto Rican?
Who?
Whack?
Whack is Mexican, nigga. Didn't you just hear what I said?
Oh, Mexican. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Check this out,
let me ask
bro.
you a question. Why? Let me ask you a question before you say it. Why does he be kicking them niggas backs in then?
Because he has to scare, he does that scare tactic shit. Remember, Whack talk a lot of shit, but then when it comes to a conversation, he get his ass whooped, right?
Damn.
I mean, I look at his track record. Talk a lot of shit. And then when it come with that head up fade, he get his ass whooped, right?
Yeesh. Yeah.
So when you the woofing all the motherfucking time, yeah, you scared of little niggas. You impress the little niggas, but you don't impress the motherfuckers who know you.
But one thing I can say about Whack, he's very entertaining. That dude's
and that's what niggas do. Shit.
But
but at the same time,
but hold on. But I am right? Am I right or wrong?
You have right. I will only go with half.
Why am I have right?
Because some of the niggas in Oakland, some of the niggas in LA, some of the niggas in San Diego, some of the niggas in...
Okay, I apologize for that. A collective. You got a good collective of people that will do stuff for the money, fame, and power. Am I right about that?
I mean, you're right about that, but okay. I can't co-sign the majority. I can say half the niggas. It's just like everything. Half motherfuckers will sell out, right?
I said the collective because I just been seeing it because, you had those people who are 10 toes down. I get that part. But the things from Adam 22 to, what's his name, Aiden Ross to, what's the other, with the little Indian curry, the nigga who be getting shit on about because he don't be having deodorant on. What's the nigga name? Neo.
Okay, so look, Adam be throwing mandingo parties, right?
Mm-hmm.
For his wife. That's how he get niggas.
So he be slaying on his wife.
Yeah, he using her as a succubus. So then when niggas get trapped, see, the niggas get so full of themselves, like, yeah, man, I'm fucking this woman, this white boy's wife, whoa, 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 whoa. They don't understand. That bitch is expendable just like you.
So is that...
You don't love that bitch.
So is that a ritual thing? Is that a ritual thing that y'all niggas be doing in LA?
As far as run trains on white men's women?
Yeah.
It's depending on how much they paying.
Because you could tell them niggas ain't getting paid. They probably just getting drugs, alcohol.
Yep. Now let me ask you
maybe
something.
a few dollars, but not...
What motherfucker in LA who the small hats couldn't stand his ass, but when he got really wild out, he told the truth about his wife. What was it he said?
Who was it?
Mel Gibson. He said, I hope them niggas run a train on you.
Yeah. And he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it in like he didn't mean it in like a racist way. He mean it like because he knew that this is what this niggas was doing to his wife, like what they were doing to that
Right.
British man's wife. Yeah, I heard about that shit too because the
So understand this. Look, man, it's a bunch of they call cuckoos or whatever the fuck it is, cockles or whatever the fuck it is.
cockles. Yeah,
That motherfuckers like to watch their wives get long stroke, right?
yeah. There's some lesbian girls that like that shit too. Yeah.
Okay,
I used
so
to know a couple. I used to this was when I was younger. I used to know this lesbian couple and stuff, and she used to like watch her girl and like play with herself in the corner. Watch her girl get
yeah,
bent over.
I did that shit one time too for this chick,
Yeah.
and she was a squirter, but
How much did they pay you
I quit
for
that
it?
shit. Huh?
How much they pay you for it?
Let's see, 2 cases of beer and $50.
Oh, they treat you like Adam 22 ritual, huh?
Nigga, this was the '80s, nigga. I just wanted back. This when I was, hey, this when I was assistant manager. I used to work the night shift at a porn shop, right?
Yeah.
So that was just for bragging
Oh
rights,
shit.
man. I sold
Yeah.
myself cheap. I'm not gonna lie. I sold myself cheap.
Yeah, the niggas played you like
I
Dada
was
Dirty
young, dumb, and full of
Dude.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, so you're mad funny, man.
So I just, but living out here, man. I mean, man, my first wife, money. Second wife, money. Third wife, money. Fourth wife, money. Fifth wife, money. Remember, I was married to the Jew girl
Yeah.
over in Beverly Hills.
Oh, you got a little bit. Yeah, they got some money. They got that liquid money.
Yeah, her dad's name was Harsh Dahl. He was the lead attorney for Conoco Oil out here in California.
Mm.
He did all their litigation and shit.
Damn. Yeah, he has some money.
Yeah, Hodge was Hodge was a colonel in the U.S. Air Corps. That's before it became the Air Force. So because of all his wartime connections, when the war was over, man, the motherfuckers started expanding. That's when the MILCOM, military complex, oil companies, rubber companies, Goodyear blew up, Coca-Cola blew up.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Dow Industries. So he had his finger in. Man, they had a little thing out here called the Gentleman's Club.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yo, when I get my money,
LA.
Yeah, when I get some money, I'm gonna open up a gentleman's club. I'm opening up a gentleman's club.
Yeah, but check this out. They bought a whole motherfucking hotel and turned it into their club, so that the attorneys wouldn't have to drive all the way to Malibu at night. When they doing research, they would just check themselves into the gentleman's club.
Yep, and go upstairs
to get their room. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was like the Beauty and the was it Beauty in Black? You ever seen that show, The Beauty in Black? Niggas was running a fucking human trafficking men and women. Turning niggas out.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you, man. Hodge drove a fucking Rolls Royce by himself because he was so cheap.
Yeah.
And then he finally had to give it up. He said, man, the car is too fucking sluggish here in LA traffic to be driving to work every day. So he got rid of it and got him the 700 series BMW. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So I've been to the gentleman. They also have a beach house out there in Malibu. So me and my wife, ex-wife, we went there for Thanksgiving. We kicking back, man. They just got everything. And it's just like what you would imagine, a bunch of old men with money. Like the Family Guy. Remember Mr. Peter Cliff?
Yeah.
Whatever his name is?
Yeah.
That type of motherfuckers.
Jesus Christ. With the walker and everything. Yeah.
Hey, man, they walking my ass, nigga. Them private nurses was carrying them niggas, man.
Yeah. Yo, let me tell you something. Yo, I'm gonna get me a gentleman's club. I think, yo, niggas get some money, niggas get out of work, they don't want to go home. Niggas stay open to 2:30, 3 o'clock. Yo, that shit's gonna be lit. It's gonna be
Man, all you would have to
there's
do.
gonna be one side for like the players, but there's gonna be a VIP section. The VIP section, like, yo, you gotta have money in that VIP section. That's how dope my shit is gonna
Oh,
be.
that's just dirty, man. That's
You
dirty.
know? But
No.
let me ask you.
So yeah, Bronze. Hey, if you do, man, you know what? If a person would renovate an old Motel 6, or man, imagine, and then most of them always have a dining area and so forth.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Man, you could make money. You could make money because it's something that the black elite need anyway.
Yeah, yo, I want to do that shit. That should be super dope, man. You know,
Yeah, well, when you make your billions on your movie, man, I just just let me kind of get a discount rate at your little gentleman's club and shit.
Yeah, that shit's gonna be worldwide.
I need that silver discount for the old motherfucker. That silver discount.
There's gonna be the regular card. There's gonna be the platinum, and there's gonna be the black card. When you got that black card for the
Right.
gentleman's club, what? You don't gotta wait to get in line,
Yeah.
baby. You don't gotta
Right.
wait to get in line.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to understand. Back in the 1920s, before the Great Depression, didn't Marcus Garvey try to put his shit on the New York Stock Exchange or something? Well, he was trying to get black folks to buy stock into his harebrained scheme.
Probably, I think so. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's when the motherfucking feds got his ass.
Yep. No, and also too, they said it got worse when Black Americans was like, "Yo, get this nigga out," because I guess they were.
Yeah,
Black
because
Americans
they
was acting
thought he
a
was
fool.
scamming.
Yeah, they were acting a fool. They was like, "Yo, this nigga's." Yeah, they were acting a fool because he was doing that shit. So
Yeah, but you know why they was acting a fool?
it's because he was look at who was around him. He had Ku Klux Klan around him. He had Walter Plecker around him.
Yeah,
He had that other
but he was
racist
claiming
too. I forgot the other race.
he was claiming that he was on the same motherfucking level as Haile Selassie.
Yeah, see, we gotta get him the fuck out
Remember
of here.
when he was in the admiral suit and he was in the carriage, like he was like, that photo everybody always get him. I think it's a car limo, but one of them old ass ones.
Get that nigga out of here.
That's when blacks turned their back on him because they was like, "Oh, you ain't one of us.
Yeah,
We don't do shit like that."
yeah. I told you the nigga was walking around like with Napoleon's outfit, Napoleon Boulevard outfits on.
Right.
Nigga looking crazy.
And then you got to remember, this the same time Jack Johnson had just got through they came up with the prostitution shit on the Fed level.
Yep. And he had a white woman too. Nigga,
Exactly. So when he started flooding them white women, they was like, we got to cut you off.
All right, 2 more minutes, Dorsey. 2 more minutes. I want to finish this last episode.
No, man. I just came in to let you understand that. Hey, man,
to defend Marcus scamming Garvey. This nigga came out here. Dorsey came out here defending Marcus Garvey. You know what? You and Shabaka or something else.
I got another job.
You got another job? Oh, hold on. Anyway, this is my girl talking money, man. My girl make money hands over fist, but treat me like she's cheap as fuck.
I got that job.
Well, shit.
You're cheap as
She's cheap as fuck, nigga.
Shit, Dorsey. When you're doing shit for beer and some cigarettes, yeah, I might have to treat you that way too.
Hey, my allowance is $20 a day, nigga, and I'm driving her all across town, right?
Driving Miss Daisy over here.
Congratulations, babe.
Congratulations.
Hey, I live like a rat king, nigga. All the cheese I can eat, but it's a trap, nigga.
The trap king over
who
here.
gets ice? Who wants free ice?
Oh
That's what
shit.
really kills me.
Oh, she over here talking shit now. She know that's what really kills me.
That whole ice thing.
Yeah.
But she over here complaining about ice now.
No, the ice cube.
Oh, ice cube. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That
So,
nigga-
check this out, man. Bronze, you done corrupted my woman, man.
Want free ice and that really.
Yo, I didn't do nothing. I don't.
Hey,
I
check this out.
barely speak English, man. Come
Hey, I'm gonna make her tell you, babe. Anytime you don't like any immigrant, what do you call them?
Tether.
Fucking tether needs to speed up. I'm trying to get to work. You know, I'm driving, right?
Yeah.
She's like, get the fuck out of the way, tethers.
Yeah.
Fucking tethers can't drive.
Oh man, I remember I was in a Zoom meeting and I was driving.
I never used to use that word. I'm sorry. Maybe I better change my attitude.
No, it's a good thing. That's a good thing you use it. Yo, it's just
He said it's a good thing you use it.
Yo, there was this lady who cut me off. I'm in a Zoom meeting with my. No, you ain't racist. You just telling them how you
But
feel.
they look down upon me, you know.
Yeah, there you go. You got a reason now. You got a reason.
Hey, so now Miss Ramirez is mad because the tethers discriminate against her because she don't speak no Spanish.
Welcome to my world. I live
He
in
said, welcome to his world.
I live in a whole
but
city.
This is common.
Welcome to
but
my
this
world.
is common out here, man.
Welcome to my world. I live in a city with a whole bunch of Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and Cambodians. I'm the only nigga who's probably black. So
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You one of a kind, right?
Then they talk to me like I'm Dominican. I was like, nigga, I ain't Dominican. Then I went to my kid's school. They putting flags on the kids and stuff. They gave my kid a fucking Dominican flag. Like, my kid ain't Dominican. I had to look at the lady like, yo, my kid ain't Dominican.
Oh, Bronze, you ought to see how they look at me, man. Because I got, I'm busting the stars and stripes out my back windows, right?
Yeah.
So when they look at me, they be looking at me like I'm ice coming down, like I'm infiltrating on their ass, right?
Thank God we're gonna tint those windows.
Like we surveillance, right?
We're gonna tint them black.
So Miss Ramirez, see, I put the shit up to show my patriotism because I'm a Marine,
I'm into that.
right?
But I had a
Plus, on top of that, it shades the sun from in the back of your neck when you're headed, right?
But you asked me, yeah.
But Ms. Ramirez said, look, we finna put an end to this shit. We finna get some tent. How much tent cost this shit?
Yeah, get them tents. Yeah,
you wanted tent, and I'm like, hey, great.
I don't want tent. I like fuck tent, but she wants tent.
Get them tents. Get them tents. Get the tents. I'm gonna tell you, get the
tents.
I put tents.
Yeah, she's like, I want it professionally done, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I put.
I got a partner who fixed on cars and so forth. So I got to go and act. He said he could do it for us and so forth at a reasonable price.
Yeah,
so I'd rather just spend my money. You know how you say, make your black dollars count?
Mm-hmm. Keep it in your community.
So I practice what I preach. I got a black mechanic.
Yeah. Well, when I had a BMW, I let the German. I had a German mechanic because it was a German car. So
yeah, you had to.
Yeah,
you had to because technically, you had to deal with that shit.
Yeah, it's a German.
But
car.
as far as now, I'm finna land my plane. Understand this. Tethers come to us all the time with these harebrained ass ideas. When they shit get shot down, you don't hear shit, right? Mm-hmm. But as soon as our ideas catch on and are fruitful, they always want to claim that they were the ones who came up with the idea first.
Mm-hmm. Go on, Dorsey.
Knowing goddamn well.
Go on, Dorsey Garvey. Go on, Dorsey Garvey.
Right. You call me whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. Hey, that nigga dead.
That nigga,
Marcus Garvey and shit. Hey man,
that nigga keeping that man alive.
With you, man. I used to love me some Marcus Garvey all the way to 1980. Well, no, the 90s. I used to be on that Marcus Garvey shit.
Who was he?
Remember when they used to say Garveyism? Remember that
Yeah,
shit?
the Garveyites and shit, Garveyism. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Garveyism. So I wasn't never down with that Pan African shit. Fuck that.
Yeah. So you didn't have no
But as
dreads.
far as us, having access to markets and shit all over the world. So when they came out with Soul Plane, I was all happy for that too. The concept.
That was one of the greatest failed movies ever. I will tell you that.
Exactly. Exactly. A classic. A classic example is that niggas can't keep secrets.
I'm gonna say this, Dorsey. What you're doing, Dorsey, you're keeping Marcus Garvey's hope alive.
Man, Marcus,
Thank you
hey,
for
that shit, that nigga had a burial at sea along with his ideas. Okay, that's the way it is, right?
you're keeping red, black, and green alive. Thank you, Dorsey. I do appreciate
No, nigga, I
it.
ain't keeping no red, black, and green alive, man. Come on, don't do me like that, man.
You keep
I done
it,
put in, I done put in too much work. I done put too much work. Hey, that Pan African shit don't work, man. I ain't never. I will admit, I did have a red, black, and green back in college. I did have that little flag.
No, I feel you. I feel you. But Dorsey, we gotta
But
go. I gotta finish this last episode.
yeah, going on, man. Thank you for letting me be on. And what's his name? Black King, Snow
Yeah,
Money, or whatever his name is.
yeah. Yo, Marcus Garvey.
Bro.
He's
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey is proud of you. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, man. Well, I guess I'll take that one. I'll take that L. I ain't too ashamed to say I was wrong. I was misled and shit. Because when I did my little college paper, man, I was just like, hey, the man tried.
Did you wear a kufi?
Fuck
I
no.
mean, a
Nigga, what the fuck I
kufi.
look like?
You wear a
That's
kufi
that
and a
New York
dashiki.
City shit.
You didn't have a dashiki on?
Fuck no. You got me fucked up.
I'll just ask her.
I ain't wear no shit like that now. Come on now. At that time, that was the 80s and shit. You remember when Big Daddy Kane and all that shit was going on?
Yeah.
Heavy D.
Yeah.
Remember all that?
Yeah, the 90s or the late 80s.
Yeah. We at one point we did allow the tethers to come into our culture.
Yeah.
And they was doing a great job. I can't sit up and say nothing disrespectful for the ones who was part of the culture.
Yeah, they contribute a
who
lot.
were on code.
Yeah. I like.
But then you started get
like I said, they contribute a lot, but they didn't create or invent anything. They just create. They just
imitated. I mean, they imitated some shit, right?
Like what I mean by contribute, the stuff that we already had, they just added on to it. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. And like I said, I just want y'all to Oh, let me ask you something. What you think about this reparation shit that now all of a sudden all the African countries want to jump on and shit?
Those are your peoples, Dorsey. Those are your people.
Man, them is not my motherfucking people. Now, goddamn well them ain't my people.
Yo, you're right.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, it is.
After all that giggling and shit that they did when we presented the idea, now all of a sudden, and your boy Umar is the main motherfucker who trying to push that shit.
What did I tell you? I've been saying this for the last 3 to 4 months. These Pan-Africans and Democrats are working together. They are all working together.
Of course.
That's why I keep on telling you.
Because they don't want to pay them reparations.
That's not that. It's just they want a piece of that pie. Because don't forget, Scam African is about money. Pan-Africanism is about money. It has really.
I understand.
We could talk about this imaginary Africa all we want, but at the end of the day, we know what's going on in Africa. Niggas,
right? Corruption. Yeah, corruption.
So
we know what's going on in the Caribbean countries. Corruption. Haiti. We ain't even going to talk about Haiti because Haiti is no longer even a viable nation. Nobody wants to invest in Haiti.
Yeah.
You can't even open up a barbecue motherfucking stand in Haiti.
Yeah, because barbecue is running down on niggas. That's why.
Exactly. He got the trademark. Anyway, I land the plane. Thank you so much, Ron.
Thank you,
I liked
Dorothy.
your other show,
What?
but the one the night before,
Oh, the
that was a
Marcus,
great show.
the DEI hire.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Shabaka liked that show too, man. That's the only time I ever seen he was fucking civil. But
Hey, man, Chewbacca, are you an American or are you? Because see, that's what it's gonna boil down to. You seen that shit with the Supreme Court this morning, right?
nah, I didn't see it. Email it to me.
Oh man, they was saying, look, if you gonna leave here, you got to pledge allegiance.
Yeah, like what your boy
So they
did.
finna bring back the Pledge of Allegiance, right?
Like what your boy did. What's his name? Your boy Most Def did. Remember he ran off to South Africa. Then after that, he found out how shitty South Africa was, and he tried to come back to America, and it took him like 4 or 5 years to come back. Yeah.
Yeah,
He learned his lesson.
yeah. Once you jump ship from America, baby,
It's
you
hard to
come
come
to
back.
realize like ain't nothing like this bad boy.
Yeah, it's hard to go back. If anything, he should have went to fucking Switzerland or something. Switzerland or fucking Belgium. And those places is racist too, but Switzerland and Norway is a little bit more civil. That's what I can at least say about decent countries. You know, it's not a third world country like South Africa. Them niggas is eating.
Well, I mean, if I'm being honest with you, if really I could afford it, I probably would move to Switzerland because that's gonna be the safest place on earth
Yeah,
when all this shit hit the fan.
yeah. It's neutral. It's a neutral place. So yeah. But Dorsey, we gotta go. Thank you for everything. Dorsey Garvey over here.
Hey
Rocking the
man,
red, right, red, black, and green fucking daishiki right now.
hey, you know what? I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take this L, but you know Dorsey gonna keep it real. I'm not gonna be in the back. I ain't gonna see y'all niggas ain't gonna discover all this shit on me when I get old.
No more FBA. It's RGB, man. Red, green, and black.
Hey, y'all ain't gonna find shit out on my. Hey, and one more thing, and then
Dorsey,
I'm out.
where you from,
I think
Dorsey?
it's very disrespectful on how they did Shiva Chavez
Oh yeah, they
on
did.
allegations.
Yeah, they did my man dirty from Cuba. Yeah, that's my man.
Shiva Chavez, man.
Yeah, that's from Cuba.
No, not that one. Yeah, it was Cesar
Yeah,
Chavez.
from Cuba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Shiva Chavez is from California. That's the one who was working with the farm workers and Martin Luther King.
Oh, I thought it was the nigga who was working with Fidel Castro. Everybody got that. Everybody got that nigga T-shirt.
No, that's shit. That's cheat.
Okay, my fault.
Right. So, Chavez was the ones who was trying to organize the migrant farm workers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was taking all kind of ass whippings. They was taking dogs, fire hoses, all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So finally, he got them their civil rights, their human rights. Let's just say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now they done turned their back on him on false allegations. You see where I'm coming from?
Jesus Christ.
Now, you do have to, they're talking about, well, at that time in the 60s and 70s, young girls could date old men.
Yeah. That's true.
It was dependent on the state law, right?
Mm-hmm. Like in Massachusetts, it's like 16.
Right. So if
It's
you got
weird.
the parents' permission, you can do whatever, you can do what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Long as the parents was cool on it, right?
Yeah.
So when Chavez was doing his things, you had the little groupies who come fucking with him late at night.
Yeah.
And these young girls was impressionable, and they was easy, and it wasn't his fault that he didn't use birth control, and a couple of them got pregnant, right?
No.
And then one of them claimed she had to give the baby up for adoption because she didn't want to have the stigma of being a hoe.
How old was this girl?
She said at the time she got with him, she was like 16, 17.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like
That was like my grandma.
I thought that was like what's his name? Carmelone age. You know, Carmelone was messing with 11, 13-year-old girls. You know?
Yeah, well, see, that's cause Paul Malone up there fucking with the Mormons.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Because, okay, think about it. The small hats consider a man at the age of 13, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
The small hats also consider a woman at the age of 13.
Damn.
Yeah, just like with the Arabs, the rest of them, they look at younger, just like, look at it, about 100 years, let's just put 150 years ago, out there in them frontier, the mountain men was getting them child brides.
Mm-hmm. Them Amish.
Yeah, all those ones who claimed that they were so pious, meaning they were so Christian, was the ones who was always running out there snatching them young girls.
That's crazy.
Because you could buy one. You could buy one. And let's keep it real. This sex trafficking shit this shit been around in
Forever.
America.
Forever.
It has been established here in America.
Mm-hmm. It's just these Europeans brought it. They anteed it up. They brought it to another level.
Well, you got to remember, white folks don't like to claim none of the wicked shit they done for centuries.
Yeah, true.
They always want to act like, oh, we innocent of it. Even with slavery and all the other shit, they always claim, oh, well, I didn't do it, my forefathers, but you benefited from it.
Mm-hmm.
And you still practice it.
Mm.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
These people would not been allowed across the border unless they got approval from white folks.
No, that's true.
Keep it real.
It's true.
Huh?
That's true. But Dorsey, I gotta go, Dorsey.
I know. I overstayed my welcome. Ever since you found out,
You was a
I was a Garvey
night.
night.
He's a Garvey
I
night.
was on some Garveyism and shit. But don't put me in there with Chewbacca and all them other motherfuckers. I'm not with them, okay? I never was a Pan-African, okay?
Hey, Kwame, you got a new brother.
No, don't say that shit. I was never African curious, nigga. Don't.
That nigga from the,
you know how niggas say I was bi-curious? No, nigga, I was never African curious, nigga.
That nigga's from Nigeria over here. Niggas from Nigeria.
Nigga, keep the bush meat, nigga. Nope. I had no desire to go to Africa. I'm telling you right now. Okay, so we keep that one. I'll give you that one. Hey, you can ride. You can get on my ass about it for. You got 1 year because I should have kept my mouth shut.
Hey, Miss Ramirez, I hope he don't got you wear them kufis on them dashikis around the house.
Oh no, I got her wearing them hijab. What's that shit?
Yeah, that nigga.
Where you have to wear a curtain over your face.
Yo, the hijab, hijab. You have to.
Yeah, I got her wearing that.
This nigga.
And she has to walk 5 paces behind me.
Jesus Christ. NOI over here. He went from he went from from the red, black, and green to the NOI. So
hey, let me ask you one more, and then I'm off. What the fuck does Habibi mean?
Habibi? I don't know.
I think that's a derogatory word for black people.
Probably. Who knows? Type it in. You got Google. You could always Google it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to because I seen Iran keep on telling black folks, you cool with us, Habibi. You ain't got to worry about we not after you. We after the white Americans.
Yeah.
Habibi.
But them niggas.
So I'm like, wait, hold up. That Habibi shit, y'all done said that shit too many times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to have to Google it.
Yeah.
All right, man. Get back to the show.
All right,
go on and tear down Garvey's legacy, man. Go on and take it down.
Me? No, I wouldn't do that.
Well, he fucked himself, right?
He fucked himself up. So he had to blame his own.
When he dealt with the KKK, he knew that shit eventually was gonna get found out.
Yeah, that's your boy, man. So
that ain't my boy no more, man.
He sold out for some
I'm
mayonnaise sandwich.
I'm finna tear down my Marcus Garvey poster. It's out. It's over.
Niggas, he sold niggas out for mayonnaise sandwiches and meth. So
hey, he used to be right next to my Malcolm X, right? Any means necessary, but now I got to get his ass up out of the group.
Yeah, he took that shit.
All right, gone back.
All right,
gone back. Chewbacca, you better not say shit to me. All right, bye.
Not easy. There you go. That was Dorsey Garvey. From one he's one of the Garveyites. We just found out Dorsey's a Garveyite. So shout out to the Garveyite brother. We're gonna finish this last video. I'm gonna land, and that'll be the end of the show.
Bought ships that never operated as intended and left behind a trail of questions. Where did the money go? Was Garvey himself exploited by dishonest sellers? And could a movement like this happen again in the modern?
You know what? I have an idea where that money went. It went to money and hookers. That's where I think Marcus Garvey spent the money. It went to alcohol and hookers. You know, so it's a prime example of, having a whole bunch of power, man. Back in those days, that liquor was strong as a motherfucker. So yeah, he was drinking that liquor.
World, stay tuned. Garvey's movement was a bold idea. The Black Star Line, a shipping company owned and operated by black people for black people. Modeled in part after the famous White Star Line, Garvey envisioned a fleet that would connect black communities across the Caribbean, the United States, and Africa. For millions, this wasn't just a shipping company. It was hope. Hope of economic independence, of trading free from colonial middlemen, of traveling to Africa, the ancestral homeland, to build a new nation free from oppression. Garvey's charisma was unmatched. Through speeches and his newspaper, The Negro World, he convinced ordinary men and women to invest their pennies and dollars into the Black Star Line. In 1919, Garvey launched the company and sold shares at US $5 each, making it affordable to working-class supporters. Within a short time, the UNIA raised close to US $800,000, an impressive figure for the era. The money came not from wealthy backers, but from ordinary people inspired by Garvey's dream of black-owned trade and travel. With donations pouring in, Garvey and his team purchased their first ship, the SS Yarmouth, later renamed the Frederick Douglass. The vessel was old, worn, and plagued with mechanical issues. Historians agree that Garvey and his associates overpaid for the ship, and some suggest he may have been exploited due to his lack of experience in maritime business. Other ships
Dorsey Garvey did say that. You're right, Dorsey, you did say it.
Followed, however, including the Kanawha and the Shadyside. These vessels suffered operational failures, required constant repairs, and became financial burdens rather than profitable assets. While supporters viewed these setbacks as temporary obstacles, skeptics questioned whether Garvey's leadership was dangerously naive or whether the dream was ever realistic. Millions of dollars flowed into the Black Star Line through stock sales. On paper, funds were allocated to ship purchases, repairs, salaries, and promotional campaigns. But the company's accounting was poor, and transparency was limited. Critics argued that funds were mismanaged, while Garvey himself lived modestly compared to what people might expect from someone orchestrating a scam. By the mid-1920s, the Black Star Line collapsed, leaving thousands of small investors with little to show for their contributions. While some money went into the organization's operations, including rallies, newspapers, and administration, much of it was lost due to poor management and the high cost of failing ships. In 1923, Marcus Garvey was arrested and charged with mail fraud in connection to Black Star Line stock sales. Authorities alleged he knowingly misled investors about the company's assets and operations. Garvey maintained that the charges were politically motivated, designed to undermine his growing influence and the global black nationalist movement he led. While Garvey's business decisions were undeniably flawed, there is no evidence that he intended to defraud his supporters. Historians often conclude that a combination of mismanagement, inexperience, and possibly being exploited by ship sellers led to the collapse. Garvey served 2 years in prison and was deported to Jamaica in 1927. His dream of a black-owned shipping empire in ruins. Some historians argue that while Garvey failed his followers, he may also have been exploited. Maritime brokers and ship sellers were aware of his lack of experience and may have taken advantage of his desperation to establish his fleet. Ships were sold at inflated prices or in poor condition, leaving Garvey with vessels that could barely operate. So, was Garvey a scammer?
Hell yeah.
Or was he a visionary who got caught in a cutthroat world of business and politics? The answer likely lies somewhere in between. We're not gonna know. Garvey's final years were marked by both physical and emotional decline. After his deportation to Jamaica, his influence diminished, and he eventually settled in London. In 1940, he suffered a series of debilitating strokes that left him partially paralyzed and in poor health. Tragically, he lived to see his own obituary published prematurely in a London newspaper, describing him as a has-been. Friends reported that the shock and humiliation may have worsened his condition. Now, it's important to note that although Garvey was heavily monitored by U.S. authorities, particularly J. Edgar Hoover's Bureau of Investigation, and faced legal persecution, there is no evidence that he was assassinated. The CIA did not exist until 7 years after his death. Still, the relentless pressure, public ridicule, and legal battles likely contributed to his early death at the age of 52. Now, could a modern-day Garvey emerge and raise millions for a seemingly impossible dream? Surprisingly, yes. Today, online fundraising, cryptocurrency schemes, and viral investment campaigns have created environments where charismatic figures can gather large sums quickly. The difference is transparency. Today, financial records are easier to track, and media scrutiny is faster and wider. Yet, misinformation spreads rapidly, and the allure...
Marcus Scamming Messiah Garvey is the father of pan-Africanism. The way you hear Shabaka, Kwame, Black Snow Bunnies talk, that's Pan-Africanism. It's a scamming ideology. Endorsing at times. It's a scamming ideology. So
of once-in-a-lifetime opportunities still tempts millions to follow dreams that may never materialize. Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line remains one of history's most debated ventures. Was it a scam that defrauded thousands, or the noble failure of a visionary dreaming too big in a world stacked against him? The truth may never be fully known. What is undeniable, though, is that Garvey left a lasting legacy, a philosophy of black pride, self-determination, and empowerment that still resonates globally. His story is a...
Alright, I'm gonna end there with this scamming ass nigga. I'm gonna say this: Dr. Umar is the reincarnation of fucking Marcus Garvey. I could see Dr. Umar doing some Ku Klux Klan shit, talking with people, because he did the same shit when niggas was getting that Fat Joe. He did the same thing when he was getting that Fat Joe, and this is what happened. This is what happens. He wants us, and the thing about it, because we know Dr. Umar is an Afro Latino. He's an Afro Cuban. So I understand why he did what he did, but at the end of the day, you can't talk for us no more. You can't talk to us like Marcus Garvey can't tell us shit. Marcus Garvey died a fucking loser. I'm sorry to say, he died a fucking loser. And like, yeah, he had his little good run scamming, but at the end of the day, Dr. Umar, that's your future, my nigga. You're gonna leave us. You're gonna go to like England or something, and you're gonna die a fucking loser like he did. So, and I'm not saying that to be all mean or being heartless or cold or I'm trying to scorn you. No, Marcus Garvey died a fucking loser. The nigga had a stroke, and niggas thought he was dead, and he's reading it and saying like, damn, niggas think I'm dead, and they say like, yo, this nigga's a fucking loser. He lost everything, scamming niggas and stuff like that, and he got kicked out of his hometown. He had to come over here with us, and we don't even use salt and pepper. Only thing we use is salt and pepper over here. That nigga died a fucking loser. And I know you're mad at me, Shabaka, for saying that, but he's a fucking loser. Look how he went out. Look what his legacy is. Let me tell you something. What you Pan-Africans did so much, y'all spread the good shit about Marcus Garvey and did not tell us this nigga had a dark side. Like, we could forget about him fucking other bitches and stuff like that, That's what most of these leaders do anyways. It's cool. They fuck other bitches, get their freak on. But we're gonna say this. What the fuck happened to that money? Why the fuck you talking to the white supremacists? Why is the Ku Klux Klan defending you and sending niggas fucking hands? Fucking a hand. Sending it to black people because we're defending to sending this nigga back to his country of what's going on right now. What they did to Marcus Garvey, we're doing to a lot of these immigrants now. We're sending them niggas back. We sending them back. They mad because they seen 3 black people who are ICE. Nigga, I was about to sign up. I was like, oh, what, 50 stacks? Just for a few hours to lock niggas up? What? What? Nigga. We about to get busy out here. I just changed my mind real fast. Like, I ain't doing that shit. Fuck that. That's the most stupidest shit I ever thought of. The nigga died a loser. What you want me to say, Dorsey? Let me ask you a question. Did the nigga die with pride or did the nigga die in his own demise? Like, come on, let's not do that. Nigga died in his own demise. And it happens to a lot of us. You did you was making all that money, yo. You was John Blaze out here. The niggas caught onto your scamming. Like I said, you're the Victor Lugswick of fucking scamming, of black scamming. Hold on. So, because people deal with us, the white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, yes. If you deal with the Ku Klux Klan, the white supremacists, Walter Plecker, and another Ku Klux Klan notorious white supremacist, yes. We're not talking about civilized people right now, Rob. These ain't civilized white people, my nigga. This is the bottom of the barrel. We're talking about the KKK niggas running around here with white sheets on their head, nigga. Come on. Come on, Robin. Don't do that to me now, man. And don't say us. When you say us, you look like, yo, you ride with horses with a tiki torch and a white sheet. That's a white supremacist, Robin. I disown those guys. Oh, okay. But I want to thank y'all for having a good show. And also don't forget to donate to Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's great portrayal. That short film is coming soon. So definitely, more donations. We need those. And thank y'all who are sending the donations. I appreciate it. But right now, I'm gonna give my shout outs, man, because y'all did y'all thing today. Give me a second. So let's see. So shout out to Dorsey. Dorsey's number 1 today. Okay, play. We got Ray number 2. We got Be Active. Shout out to you, Be Active. Sorry I didn't have a real conversation with you. Convo. What's going on, Convo? Also the new guy, Flat Earth Society. Salute. And always the Dark Horse, Black Snow Bunny King. The Dark Horse, Shabaka, the General, JG11. He always gets busy out here. Shout out to Jeff. Always nice talking to you, Jeff. And American Dream guy. Salute. Get back into content work. All right. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Probably tomorrow night. I don't think I'm going to work, so I do got to go to wrestling though. I've been bullshitting. And shout out to everybody and salute to the family, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.